As a pilot for the first fighter wing, flying the most advanced fighter in the world, the FA-22 Raptor, I use electronics in my work every day. From the heads-up display, which shows me how fast I'm going and how high I'm flying, to the latest stealth technology, the Air Force makes math, science, and technology a way of life. You can use math, science, and technology along with the Treehouse Detectives as they investigate the magnetosphere in The Case of the Technical Knockout. Stay tuned and study hard, and one day you can trade your video game controls for the controls of one of these.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What are some other uses for a GPS? What star can we use to find north? How did the Vikings navigate without a compass or the stars? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Great. Keep up the good work and keep looking. Hi, I'm glad you're here. We're close to finding our first geocache.
You guys are quick. I'm still trying to figure out this whole geocaching thing.
It's simple. It's like a scavenger hunt using a global positioning system device, or GPS. You create a cache, which is just a container to hold your treasure. Then you take it to a public park or another public area and you hide it, using your GPS to note its exact location.
Because you have to post the exact coordinates on the internet.
Exactly. So other GPS users can find the treasure in your cache.
They take your treasure?
They have to replace your treasure with the new treasure so others can find it.
That makes sense. Miss Rickles told us all about geocaching when she gave us our geography assignment. What I can't figure out is how a GPS works. How does this thing know your exact location? And do I really want anyone to know my exact location?
Well, you would if you were lost.
That's true. I guess I need to do more research on how a GPS works. I know it uses satellites, but I'm not sure how.
While you're up, do you think you could find the coordinates for some chocolate?
It was a simple task. All you had to do was put batteries into the GPS.
Batteries have nothing to do with the problem. It must be something...
If the GPS doesn't work, or if it says we're somewhere we're not, then basically, we're lost.
I can't believe it. Our position keeps changing, but we haven't moved. The GPS is giving us a lot of different coordinates.
According to my compass, and our last coordinates. Let me see. North is over here.
I think I better get in touch with the other Treehouse Detectives.
Bianca, come here. This is Kate.
I can't figure it out either. Just stay calm and keep taking good notes. We'll see what we can find out later. Over.
That can't be good.
No, it isn't. Everything was going fine, and then both teams reported having problems with their GPS.
Well, from the sketchy radio communications, it sounds like they're receiving random coordinates.
Yes, but they weren't even moving.
Identifying a location precisely is what geocaching is all about.
Sounds like we need to go to the problem board.
Good idea. So what do we know?
We know that both teams are using GPS devices, and that everything was going fine until just recently.
Now they're experiencing some kind of technical problems.
Right. Both GPS devices began to give incorrect location coordinates at about the same time.
We also know that a GPS uses information from satellites to give precise locations. So what do we need to know?
We need to know how GPS, or global positioning systems, work.
What goes on under your hard plastic cover? What makes you tick?
I don't know where we need to go, but someone needs to go outside and take a break.
Did you say something?
Yes, where do we need to go?
I'm meeting with Dr. D later this afternoon via the internet to discuss my project on the history of navigation. Maybe he can help.
Good. I'm meeting with Mr. Charles Cope to pick up some information about the NASA SHARP program for my brother. Mr. Cope is a pilot for NASA. Pilots use GPS. Maybe he can answer some of our questions about how GPS works.
Pilot from NASA? I'm sure he'll be able to help. Don't forget to take a get up and go sheet for some serious note-taking. Visit the NASA Sci-Files website to find some cool research tools for your own investigation.
Guys, we're making progress. The GPS now says we're in Virginia.
Of course it says we're in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay.
But we're making progress. Guys? Guys?
I hope that helps your brother out.
Thanks for the information on the SHARP program. My brother is very excited about it.
You're welcome.
May I ask you another question? It's about global positioning systems.
Of course. What would you like to know?
As a pilot for NASA, how do you use GPS when you're flying?
With GPS's unique ability to provide an exact location at any second, pilots rely on that for accurate navigation.
That is pretty important when you're flying.
Yes, knowing exactly where you are helps to keep the plane clear of obstacles and mountains and get you to your destination safely.
How does GPS help you navigate?
GPS devices on aircraft are very similar to the ones you use for geocaching, just a little more sophisticated. They show great detail, accurately displayed on a graphic map.
We've learned how important accurate maps are.
Yes, and having the capability to always know where you are, combined with an accurate map display, greatly adds to the situational awareness and to the safety of the flight.
What would happen if the GPS device went out while you were flying?
It might make the aircraft unable to fly and land in all types of bad weather. However, aircraft aren't dependent upon GPS. All planes and their pilots have the ability to fall back on traditional modes of navigation that were used prior to GPS.
Just like we had to rely on our good old compass when our GPS went out.
Exactly. At worst, it would be an inconvenience for the pilot, but he or she would be quite capable of safely flying the aircraft.
That's good to know. Are there any other uses for GPS?
Absolutely. There are all types of navigational uses for GPS. Oil companies use GPS to help them drill for oil. Farmers even use GPS to help them plow their field. Some have even used GPS to locate a stolen vehicle. Most activities that benefit from knowing an exact position on Earth use GPS.
Wow, I never realized so many people could use GPS. Thanks, Mr. Cope. Maybe we could see GPS in action by taking a quick ride on one of your research planes.
I didn't know you and your brother were interested in flying.
The weather wasn't cooperating for our flight, but it was great to learn more about GPS. I hope Jacob's meeting with Dr. D goes well. We still have a lot to learn about GPS and navigation.
I'm in Oslo, Norway for the World Year of Physics, but now I'm studying some of the history and culture of this great country. Wow, I better get to the Viking Ship Museum for my video conference.
I've got to hand it to the Vikings. How they found their way across the Atlantic Ocean without maps is amazing.
Well, they didn't have maps like ours, but they were pretty sophisticated navigators.
Hi, Dr. D. I was beginning to wonder if you were going to find the museum.
Well, it's easy to get distracted when you're doing research. And soon I'll be going to Andenes above the Arctic Circle to see the Northern Lights.
Dr. D, isn't the Alomar LiDAR Observatory in Andenes?
Yes, but how do you know about the observatory in Andenes?
Ula and Nina, some of our fellow geocachers, live there, and they also happen to be members of the NASA Sci-Files Kids Club.
That's cool. If you send me their coordinates, I can meet them.
Speaking of coordinates, as I mentioned in my email, I have some questions about the history of navigation.
Where do you want to start?
Didn't the Vikings discover America about 1000 AD, long before Columbus?
That's right, the Vikings were excellent navigators and shipbuilders. This Viking ship, made of oak, is called the Oseberg. It is 22 meters long and was likely the burial ship of a Viking queen. The Gokstad was probably built around 890 AD. In addition to sails, it also had 16 pairs of oars. In 1893, a replica of the Gokstad sailed from Norway to Canada in 28 days without the aid of a compass.
Wow, that's amazing. How do they navigate without a compass?
The Vikings probably used stars to navigate. A star named Polaris, which is located above the Earth's North Pole, can be used to find north.
I know. Polaris is sometimes called the North Star. It's always in the same place in the sky, and you use the Big Dipper to find it.
Very good. But when the Vikings sailed in the summer months, they would have had difficulty finding the North Star.
Why is that?
Because Norway is so far north, there are places where the sun never sets in the summer. That's why it's called the land of the midnight sun. Even in southern Norway, it doesn't get really dark at night.
Dr. D, how would they navigate without a compass or the use of the stars?
Lots of ways. For example, they relied upon landmarks. They used ocean currents, prevailing winds, and swells, and they observed the migrations of birds and whales to find their way.
Is it possible that they used the sun?
Yes, they apparently used the sun's shadow and the rising and setting positions of the sun to find north.
Okay, and if there are clouds?
Some people think they used a sunstone to locate the rising or setting sun when there were clouds on the horizon. I have a piece right here.
How does it work?
It's called Iceland spar. Put a dot on top and look through it, you'll see two dots. You rotate it until both dots are equally dark, then the crystal points toward the sun.
That's pretty ingenious.
Of course, they would have loved modern navigational technology like this sextant, a seagoing clock, or especially a GPS.
Our GPS, however, is causing us some problems.
What do you mean?
It's giving us lots of random coordinates, even when we're not moving.
Interesting. It makes it hard to find a cache. I have a friend at NASA Langley Research Center who works a lot with global positioning systems. I'll email you his information. I'm sure he can help you. Until then, I can tell you where to get a good sunstone.
Thanks, Dr. D. But after I finish my research, I think I'll just give him a call.
What about this one?
If we were putting Jacob's bike in our cache, I'd say great. Remember, we have to hide this when we're finished. Plus, I'll never get that on the plane. I wonder what my profit margin would be for these plastic containers in a yard sale. Note to self, investigate long-term investment potential in plastics.
Did you read Bianca and Jacob's Get Up and Go sheets?
Yes, and we still need to learn about how satellites and GPS work if we want to complete our assignment.
Dr. D mentioned talking to a friend of his at NASA.
Yes, maybe we can meet him after we finish making our geocache.
And finding supplies for your camping trip. By the way, how is it possible that you get to go on a camping trip to Colorado? Isn't that expensive?
These, Catherine, are the benefits of being on the board of a high-profile financial institution.
You're a member of the board?
Well, no, my mom is. She's taking me camping after our meetings. I'll tell you all the details when you take me to the airport.
I can't take you to the airport. I can't drive yet.
Oh, right. Note to self. Also, investigate investment opportunities in transportation companies.
So what's up? How will the treehouse detectives find the geocache? What should they do if their GPS devices go out again? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Technical Knockout.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. How do GPS receivers detect their distance from satellites? What is the electromagnetic spectrum? What is static electricity? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Dr. D's friend, Mr. Gunnell, works at NASA Langley Research Center. He develops new instruments for global positioning systems and has agreed to meet with us.
Hi, Tony.
If anyone can help us learn more about GPS, he can.
Pretty good. GPS, or Global Positioning System, is a constellation system of 29 Earth-orbiting satellites that were originally designed by the U.S. military in the 1970s as a navigation system.
29 sounds like a lot of satellites.
Why do you need so many?
It takes 24 satellites to provide global coverage, leaving 5 spares. The orbits are arranged so that at any given time, anywhere on Earth, there are at least 4 satellites visible.
Why do 4 satellites need to be visible?
Your GPS receiver needs 4 satellites in order to determine its own location.
How does our GPS locate itself?
By using a simple mathematical principle called trilateration.
I'm not sure simple and trilateration should be used in the same sentence.
What is trilateration?
It's kind of tricky to explain in 3-dimensional space, so let's start with a 2-dimensional example. Let's say you're totally lost somewhere in the US and your GPS is not working.
Like us, yesterday when we couldn't find our geocache.
As you are trying to find where you are, a friendly person tells you that you are 1,000 kilometers from Boise, Idaho. Do you know where you are?
No, I could be 1,000 kilometers in any direction from Boise.
Exactly. Now, let's say another friendly person comes by and tells you that you're 1,110 kilometers from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Do you know where you are?
Not yet, but I'm getting closer to my location.
That's right. Now you have 2 choices, but you still don't know where you are. Finally, another friendly person informs you that you are 990 kilometers from Tucson, Arizona. Now, do you know where you are?
It looks like I'm in Denver, Colorado. Which, of course, I will be soon.
The same concept works in 3-dimensional space, but instead of circles, you need to think in terms of spheres.
And the satellites are the friendly people telling you how far you are from a place.
That's right. If you know your distance from satellite A, you could be anywhere on a huge imaginary sphere at that radius. If you know your distance from satellite B, you can overlap the first sphere with the second sphere, and they intersect in a perfect circle.
So if you know the distance to a 3rd satellite, you get a 3rd sphere which intersects with the circle at 2 points.
Very good. And the Earth acts as the 4th sphere, so you can eliminate the point in space because you're on Earth.
So do you only need 3 satellites?
An approximate position can be found with 3 satellites, but to improve accuracy and get precise altitude information, 4 or more are better.
How do GPS receivers know how far they are from the satellite?
They analyze the high-frequency, low-powered radio signals from the GPS satellites and calculate the time the signal traveled.
Do satellites have stopwatches?
No, the satellites need to be more accurate than a stopwatch. The satellites use a very accurate atomic clock, which produces exact time-coded signals.
And what happens if a satellite malfunctions?
It's possible. Again, that's why we have 29 satellites when only 24 are needed, leaving a few spares.
It helps to have extra.
True. Here at NASA, we use GPS to determine the position of aircraft and satellites. And we also are developing a system to perform remote sensing of the environment. All of these tasks require precision information. Spare satellites make sure we get the data we need.
Cool. NASA's always doing amazing things.
Mr. Gano, what would happen if your GPS was only receiving a signal from 1 or 2 satellites? Would you get incorrect results?
No. Usually, your GPS device will let you know that it doesn't have enough satellites to calculate an accurate position.
Sounds like we need to do some more research.
Thanks, Mr. Gano.
You're welcome, and good luck with your geocaching.
We're about 25 meters from where we were, and when we last experienced some problems with the GPS. Over.
Can you still hear me? The radio's coming in loud and clear too. Keep us posted.
We should know really soon whether or not the technical problem was permanent.
My guess is that one of the satellites was broken.
Now, Jacob, don't jump to conclusions. And besides, Mr. Gano said that 29 GPS satellites orbit the Earth. It's possible, but not likely that they're all broken.
I guess you're right. But what other explanation is there? Either way, if we want to complete our assignment, we have to make sure this works.
It should be another 8 meters. A little to the right.
I don't see anything.
Another 5 meters.
Oh, wait, I see something.
This is so cool. I can't believe we found it.
RJ to headquarters. We found the geocache. I repeat, we have found the geocache at the exact coordinates listed on the website.
Good work, guys. Are you sure the coordinates are correct?
We're sure. We've double-checked and double-confirmed. Mission accomplished. We're returning to headquarters. Over.
It looks like you were right. I shouldn't have jumped to a conclusion. Clearly, the satellites and the GPS devices are working properly.
And that's a good thing. But we still don't know what caused the problem in the first place. Let's go to the problem board.
Okay, what do we know?
We know that our GPS malfunctioned in 2 different locations at the same time.
And we also know from Catherine and Tony's report that satellites communicate with GPS devices through radio waves.
Of course. And now we know that the problem was only temporary.
True. The satellites and GPS devices are working fine now. So what do we need to know?
We need to know more about radio waves and how they might be affected.
It might also help if we knew anyone else who had a similar problem.
So where do we go?
Let's email Ulla and Nina in Norway and see if they had the same problem on the same day.
Great idea. We may not have this problem solved, but we're making progress.
Yes. And we need to make a report for Tony. Maybe he can help us from Colorado. For some great ideas on creating your own reports, visit the Treehouse on the NASA Sci-Files website.
We read about the Treehouse detectives' problem with their GPS, but we weren't much help. We were not geocaching on the same day, and we haven't had any problems with our GPS. We decided to ask Dr. D about it when we meet at the Alomar LiDAR Observatory.
I'm excited to finally be here at the observatory. I read so much about it.
Dr. D, what kind of research is done here?
The scientists are investigating the middle atmosphere using lasers like this and radar instruments.
Isn't radar what the police use to bounce off cars and see how fast they're going?
And weathermen use it to track rain and snowstorms.
Exactly. Radar sends out a beam of light which is reflected off the atmosphere and is then analyzed.
Did you just say that radar sends out a light beam? I thought that radar used radio waves.
It does, but radio waves are a form of light. There are many forms of light that are not visible.
Like what?
Well, for example, this observatory uses microwave light to measure water vapor, infrared light to detect clouds, and ultraviolet light to measure the ozone layer.
I've heard of ultraviolet light, and it's not visible.
All these different forms of light are part of what is called the electromagnetic spectrum. Every form of light travels at 300 million meters per second in a vacuum and has a wavelength.
We learned that the wavelength is the distance between the crest of 2 successive waves.
That's right. Some radio light has wavelengths that are hundreds of meters long, where ultraviolet light wavelengths are very tiny, only about 1/10,000th of a millimeter.
That's a big difference.
It is. Light also has a frequency, which is its rate of vibration. Here, hold on to this spring. I'm going to make it vibrate and create what's called a standing wave.
The faster you move your hand, the shorter the wavelength.
Exactly. And the shorter the wavelength, the higher the energy.
Which light has the most energy?
That would be gamma rays, followed by X-rays, ultraviolet, visible light, infrared, and radio waves.
Wow, I still can't believe that they're all called lights.
Dr. D, the Treehouse detectives want to know more about the radio waves the satellite uses to communicate with GPSs.
Good question. First, you need to know that there are a lot of different types of radio waves. GPS satellites communicate with a type of radio wave called microwave.
I've heard of shortwave radio.
That's another type. There are also AM and FM radio and TV. But GPS satellites communicate with microwaves because these pass easily through the atmosphere and are not absorbed.
Are the other forms of light absorbed by the atmosphere?
Not all of them. Ozone in the atmosphere absorbs most, but not all of the ultraviolet light. Fortunately, most of the X-rays and gamma rays are also absorbed.
But visible lights get through pretty easily.
Yes, the atmosphere is transparent to visible light.
I heard that some radio waves, like AM and shortwave radio, can bounce off the atmosphere and travel great distances.
That's correct. But FM radio and TV... I also mentioned that all radio waves can be created by moving electrical charges. And the Kids Club members said you might want to learn more about electricity to solve your GPS problem. I agree. And if camping conditions aren't too primitive, I recommend that you look up Dr. Baganal, a friend of mine who studies electricity at the University of Colorado.
I know that we use electricity all the time, but I'm not sure what it is exactly.
It's a physical phenomenon associated with static and moving electrical charges.
Oh, I get it. I'm sorry, would you repeat that again?
I know, it's complex. Electricity doesn't have a simple explanation, nor is it easy to understand. So let's start with the basics. Take this plastic stick and rub it against this cloth.
Okay.
Okay, now take this other one, made of the same material, rub it with a cloth, and see if you can try and put the ends together.
It looks like one is pushing the other.
Now rub this one made of a different material.
Okay.
So now try and put them together.
The different stick pulled the first stick. Why'd it do that?
Well, let's figure it out. Do you remember the parts of the atom?
Yes. There is a nucleus with protons and neutrons surrounded by electrons.
That's correct. And the protons are positively charged and the electrons are negatively charged.
And the neutrons are neutral.
Very good. And positive and negative charges are attracted to each other. We call that the attractive force.
Aren't all atoms basically neutral?
Yes, but when you put different materials together, sometimes the parts of the atoms like to move. However, some nuclei like to hang on to their electrons stronger than other nuclei. The stronger nuclei gather electrons from the weaker nuclei.
Is that what happened when I rubbed the two different sticks with the cloth?
When you rubbed the first two sticks with the cloth, the electrons left the cloth and gathered on the sticks. And then, because they are both negatively charged, they repelled each other.
So why did the different sticks attract one another?
Well, different materials cause electrons to move differently.
Oh, I get it. With the different stick, the electrons gathered on the cloth, leaving the stick positively charged. Because one stick was positively charged and the other one was negatively charged, they attract each other.
Yeah, I think you've got it. So this kind of electricity is called static electricity because the charges are stationary and don't move. Now, shuffle your feet on the carpet and then touch this metal object.
I have a bad feeling about this. Shocking.
Can you explain why?
I'll try. When I shuffled my feet, I gathered electrons from the carpet, making me negatively charged.
That's correct. And what happened when you touched the metal object?
The extra electrons jumped over to the metal, causing pain.
Sorry, but you're right. It's an example of what we call current electricity. Watch what happens when I connect this end of the wire to this end of the hand generator.
This looks like a complete circuit, with the light bulb as the load. When you turn the crank, you produce current, which is electrons flowing through the circuit, and the light bulb glows.
Exactly. Now watch what happens when I connect the generator to this circuit near these compasses.
Wait a minute, the compass has moved. Why'd they do that?
Initially, the compass was pointing towards the Earth's North Pole. When we cranked the generator to make the current flow, a small magnetic field was created. This field caused the compass needle to swing because the needle is itself a small magnet with a north and south end.
Very interesting. The Treehouse detectives need to know about this. Thanks, Dr. Bagnall.
You're welcome. I have some more experiments.
I didn't know that electricity was so cool. Dr. Bagnall said that flowing electricity creates a magnetic field. If that's true, then we need to know more about magnets and magnetism.
So what's up? Will learning about magnets help the Treehouse detectives? What other information do they need to solve the mystery? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Technical Knockout.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What is solar wind? What does voltage measure? Name the layers of the atmosphere. Describe a convection cell on the sun. When you see this icon, the answer is near.
What about a nice bag of beef jerky? Don't you think after a long day of hiking and geocaching, you might want some beef jerky or something of substance?
Sorry, Jacob. Nothing perishable. We need to put things into our cache that are fun and interesting as treasure, not a meal.
Well, I'm running out of ideas.
What do you have so far?
I had lots of food items. Signal flares. Might be hazardous in the forest. Cash or a gift certificate?
Why don't we just put travel bugs in our caches?
Hi, RJ. What are travel bugs?
They sure don't sound like treasure.
My dad got me this one on the internet.
It doesn't look like a bug.
It's not a real bug. Each travel bug has its own unique tracking number. So when someone finds our cache, they take out the travel bug and place it into a different location. Then they look up on the internet the travel bug tracking number and type in the new location of the cache that they place it in.
So your travel bug could travel to geocaches all around town?
Actually, it can travel the world.
How would that work?
Let's say we place a travel bug in our cache, and then someone from New York is geocaching in our area. They take the bug back to New York and place it in a cache in their city.
Someone from London visits New York to geocache, and then they take it with them back to London.
What a cool idea. We have to get some travel bugs.
We have one, but we can get some more.
Our travel bugs could see the world. How cool is that?
Wait a minute, we're getting ahead of ourselves. I know working on our caches is part of the assignment, but we still haven't solved our problem.
I was reading Tony's report on electricity, and he said we need to learn more about magnetism.
I think Ula and Nina are meeting with Dr. D again. Hopefully we should get their report soon.
For great ideas on creating reports, visit the Treehouse in the NASA Sci-Files website.
I'm really looking forward to the Northern Lights Festival tonight and hopefully seeing some auroras with the Kids Club members. Ondeness is the perfect spot for viewing auroras because it is located directly under the aurora oval. Of course, Nina and Ula are also investigating magnetism for the Treehouse detectives. This is a good place to start.
We know that magnets have a north pole and a south pole.
And the two north poles repel and the north and the south pole attract each other.
Very good. Let's demonstrate that by having you push like poles of these two magnets together.
Oi, they're really strong.
Let's take a look at the magnetic field of this permanent bar magnet.
That's impressive.
Notice how the south pole, or white part of this compass needle, points to the north pole of the bar magnet.
So if a compass always points toward the Earth's north pole, that must mean that the Earth is a big magnet with a magnetic pole up north.
You're right. The Earth's magnetic field looks very similar to the field of this bar magnet.
I heard that the Chinese used a lodestone to produce their first compass.
Historians think so. Here is a piece of lodestone, a naturally magnetic rock. If I float it on this foam, it will point north.
Doesn't magnetism have something to do with electricity?
Yes, it does. Magnetic fields are produced by moving charges. Let's make an electromagnet by having an electric current flow through this wire, which is wrapped around an iron bar.
This field looks just like the bar magnet.
Except when I turn off the current of an electromagnet, the magnetic field disappears.
So is the Earth like a giant electromagnet or like a permanent magnet?
Well, the Earth has an outer core made of molten iron that is constantly in motion. A process called the dynamo effect creates huge currents of electricity in the iron, which produces a giant electromagnet. In like manner, the Earth's magnetic field deflects the protons and electrons of the solar wind, which the sun is throwing at the Earth at hundreds of kilometers per second.
Ah, I get it.
Didn't a Norwegian scientist named Christian Birkeland investigate the solar winds and auroras?
That's right. He used a magnetized sphere called a terrella to represent the Earth, and he fired an electron beam at it to simulate the solar wind.
What did he discover?
He found that the electron beam did cause the gases in the chamber to glow like an aurora, and the magnetic field guided the electrons like beads in a string to the poles of the terrella.
And we know that auroras occur on Earth near its poles.
Very good. Here is an example of how high-energy electrons can cause a gas to glow. This is the tube of helium gas hooked up to a high-voltage power supply.
The tube is glowing pink.
Each gas gives up its own special color. Here is neon gas, which looks orange.
It's like the lights I've seen at restaurants.
That's right. Auroras produce greens, blues, and reds when electrons collide with oxygen and nitrogen atoms hundreds of kilometers above the Earth's surface.
Auroras certainly don't look that high.
Dr. D, wasn't there a problem with Birkeland's theory?
Yes, he had the misconception that it was electrons coming directly from the sun that caused the aurora.
Well, where do they come from?
They do come in part from the sun. The solar wind compresses the magnetic field on the day side of the Earth and stretches it into a long tail called the magnetotail on the night side. Electrons from the solar wind flow around the day side and into the magnetosphere at the tail.
Then what happens?
The electrons in the magnetotail are then pulled back down toward the poles at increasingly high speeds by electric forces. These are called Birkeland currents.
And when they collide with the gases in the atmosphere near the poles, we have an aurora.
Exactly. But to really understand auroras, you must first learn more about activity on the sun, like sunspots and flares.
Thanks, Dr. D. Let's get a report on magnetism ready for the Treehouse detectives.
Maybe they can help us investigate the sun.
Okay, let's fire up the computer. I'm ready to talk magnetism with our friends at the Andenes Barneskolen in Norway. It's not every day we have a transatlantic experiment.
I would love to visit Norway and see the culture close up.
Well, how about the next best thing? We're ready to talk to the NASA Sci-Files Kids Club members in Andenes.
Perfect.
They should be ready just about now. Hi, I'm Jacob, here with Bianca. We understand you're doing an experiment on magnetism.
Hi, I'm Ingvild.
And
I'm Alexander.
Hi. Dr. D told us that you're working on an electromagnet experiment. Can you tell us about it?
Sure. Our electromagnet is a wire wrapped around an ear and nail attached to a battery.
We wanted to find out how the strength of the electromagnet changed when we increased the voltage.
And we increased the voltage by using more batteries.
We learned in science class that a battery is like an electrical pump that pushes electrons through a circuit. The voltage measures the push.
And the flow of electrons through the wire is called a current.
We learned that too. We also learned that as the voltage is increased, the current in the wire will increase.
So we hypothesized that if we increase the voltage and get more current, then the strength of the electromagnet will also increase.
Sounds like excellent reasoning.
We began by wrapping wire around the nail 300 times.
Next we placed a 1.5 volt battery in the battery pack.
We then connected one end of the wire to the positive battery terminal.
And to complete the circuit, we connected the other end to the negative terminal.
You won't get any current or flow of electrons unless you have a complete circuit.
That's right, and the current in the wire then causes the nail to become a magnet.
To test the strength of the magnet, we placed it in a cup of paper clips.
I would think that the stronger the magnet, the more paper clips it would pick up.
We agree. On our first trial, we picked up 6 paper clips.
We know in an experiment it is important to do multiple trials and then find the average. What was your average?
The class average was 8 paper clips with 1.5 volt battery.
To continue to test our hypothesis, we added another 1.5 volt battery, increasing the voltage to 3 volts.
The average was 14 paper clips with 2 batteries.
Wow, you doubled the voltage and almost doubled the number of paper clips.
We continue by adding a third battery.
With 4.5 volts, we averaged 21 paper clips.
And 4 batteries, or 6 volts, picked up an average of 30 paper clips.
Congratulations! It looks like you proved your hypothesis.
That's right. We graphed the results as well. A graph clearly shows that the strength of the magnet increases as the voltage increases.
Our teacher, Ole, also told us that the Earth's magnetic field is very similar to our electromagnet, except the current in the Earth is billion of times the current in our circuit.
That's incredible. I was wondering, does the number of times you wrap the wire around the nail make a difference?
We think so, but that is what we're gonna test next.
Great. Be sure to send us your results.
We will. Goodbye. From Andenes Barneskole, Norway.
I can't believe all the cool experiments we've seen. Anthony and Dr. Bagenal, Dr. D and the Kids Club members, and now the Kids Club in Norway.
Clearly there's a connection between electricity and magnetism, but I'm not sure how.
I'm still sorting through Ula and Nina's report on auroras.
Dr. D also said that before we can fully understand auroras, we need to learn more about the sun.
I completely forgot about the sun. How are we going to learn more about the sun?
Don't worry, I've done some research on the internet, and NASA does lots of research on the sun.
Of course, the answer is NASA. Let's go.
Slow down. Ula and Nina also reported a teleconference that they had with North Shore Christian Academy in Everett, Washington.
Oh, I see. I think.
Before learning about the sun, they talked with the students at North Shore about the layers of the Earth's atmosphere.
The layers of the Earth's atmosphere.
You know, the troposphere, closest to the Earth, and the mesosphere, which is very cold and the air is very thin.
And of course, the thermosphere and ionosphere where most of the auroras occur.
Jacob, I'm impressed.
I've been doing more than surfing the web and reading reports. Every once in a while, you have to go old school and use books.
Well, I'm glad you haven't forgotten such a great resource.
But we still need to learn more about the sun.
Well, we're in luck. Catherine and RJ are meeting with Dr. Nikki Fox to learn more about the sun. She's at the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory and works with scientists at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center.
I'm sure they'll find the sun very illuminating.
Very funny, but I can't wait to read their report.
Well, most of what we know about the sun comes from measurements from various instruments and satellites, and they observe things such as the sun's size, mass, surface temperature, and brightness.
Various instruments and satellites? What kinds of satellites?
Well, there's SOHO, which is designed to study the internal structure of the sun, and ACE that studies the solar wind that comes from the sun. And then there's also polar, timed, and pose that monitor how this solar wind interacts with the Earth's magnetosphere and causes auroras. And of course, we're all looking forward to the launch of Stereo, which is being built here at the Applied Physics Lab, and it will get the first three-dimensional images of the sun.
So that's how you know so much about the sun.
Well, satellites are very helpful, but there's still much more to learn. Let's start with the basics. The sun is an average star. It's not the brightest star, and it's not the hottest star. In fact, scientists actually classify it as a dwarf.
A dwarf? I thought it was really big.
Well, remember that size is relative. Compared to the Earth, the sun is huge. The diameter of the sun is about 110 Earths strung together. If you think of the sun as a basketball, Earth would be a tiny BB. But there are stars that are much bigger.
Then why don't the other stars look bigger than the sun?
Well, that's because they're so much farther away. The sun is 158 million kilometers away from the Earth. However, the next closest star is Proxima Centauri, and it's so far away that its distance has to be measured in light years.
Wow, that's far. And fast.
What is the sun made of?
It's mostly made from hydrogen, with some helium and a few other elements. It also has 6 layers.
The Earth has layers. Are the sun's layers like the Earth's?
No, because the sun is not solid like our Earth, they're quite different. The sun's layers consist of a core, a radiative zone, a convective zone, and then there's the visible surface known as the photosphere, the chromosphere, and finally the outermost layer, the corona.
So if the sun is not a solid, then is it gaseous?
No, it's neither. It's actually a plasma.
Of course. I was just reading about plasma being the 4th state of matter.
That's correct. And because this plasma is hotter in some places than others, it creates convection cells in the convection zone of the sun.
What are convection cells?
Well, they look just like rice grains, and scientists call this granulation. The bright center of each cell is hot rising material, and the darker edges are cooler gas falling to be reheated, just like water boiling. These granules are continuously evolving and changing, but these light and dark patches should not be confused with sunspots, which are dark spots higher up on the surface of the sun.
I've seen pictures of sunspots before. Are they very big?
Well, the average size of a sunspot is about the size of the Earth.
I'd say that's pretty big.
What causes sunspots?
Well, just like the Earth, the sun has poles and a magnetic field, and sunspots are created when this magnetic field interacts with hot plasma at the sun's surface.
The sun has poles and a magnetic field? Cool. Well, not really cool.
Well, sometimes this magnetic field causes the plasma in a sunspot to burst from the surface of the sun in what's known as a solar flare.
Do solar flares affect the Earth?
Or satellites?
Well, solar flares do release a tremendous amount of energy, and that can affect the Earth and our satellites in lots of different ways.
It sounds like we need to learn more about solar flares.
Thanks, Dr. Fox.
So what's up? Could solar flares be responsible for the problem with the GPS? Will the Treehouse detectives figure out what happened to their GPS devices? Find out in the conclusion of The Case of the Technical Knockout.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. In which layer of the atmosphere is the ionosphere? What is a coronal mass ejection? What is space weather? Explain a solar cycle. When you see this icon, the answer is near.
But, I think
I'm still not sure about this.
Come on, it's easy. We find a good hiding spot, note the location using our GPS, put the location on the internet, and our assignment is complete. I already anticipate a good grade.
I'm not talking about the assignment. I'm talking about our problem.
I've got a new hypothesis. A solar flare occurred during our first attempt at geocaching. Now there is no solar flare, so we aren't getting any technical interference.
Well, I agree we aren't receiving any interference, but we still need to confirm our hypothesis.
No problem.
What do you mean, no problem?
Geo Eagle 1 to home base. Come in, please.
Hi, Jacob. We're all set. We should have the results in a few minutes.
Jacob, what's going on?
I knew you wouldn't just accept my hypothesis, so I did some more research. I set up an interview between RJ, Kaylee, and Dr. Sten Odenwald, a NASA researcher who's also over in Norway.
Jacob, you're making real progress. You recognize the problem, conducted solid research, and you're working to verify your hypothesis. I'm impressed.
If you think that's impressive, wait till you hear from Dr. Odenwald. Home base, let me know the minute you finish talking to Dr. Odenwald. Home base? Home base.
Jacob, come in. We're getting ready to talk to Dr. Odenwald. Do you have any additional questions? Over. Over.
Well, that's funny. It was working just fine a second ago.
Yeah, it's really strange.
Maybe there's been another solar flare that's affected the radio and the GPS.
Poor Jacob and Bianca.
Oh, look, here he is now.
Hi, Dr. Odenwald.
Hi, kids. Jacob's been telling me about his hypothesis and the research you've been doing. Sounds very interesting.
Yes, it is.
Of course, it'll be even more exciting if the hypothesis is correct.
Right. We're hoping you could help us. Jacob believes that a solar flare is responsible for the technical glitch with our GPS, but we're not sure how.
Well, solar flares are one possibility, of course. When we're talking about the sun and solar flares, we're talking about a huge amount of energy.
And that energy caused our GPS to malfunction?
It could have. Let's start at the beginning. Solar flares happen near the surface of the sun because the magnetic fields there that are all tangled up try to get untangled into simpler shapes, and that releases a huge amount of energy. Sometimes it can heat the surface all the way up to 100 million degrees.
That's incredibly hot.
It really is. The gases near the flare are so hot that they produce X-ray light, and this light travels to the Earth in about 8.5 minutes and impacts the Earth's atmosphere.
Wow, that's quick.
And when the X-rays arrive, they disrupt the ionosphere on the daytime side of the Earth.
We learned that the ionosphere is part of the thermosphere, where there are a lot of charged particles and free electrons.
That's right, and these disruptions can cause shortwave radio blackouts that last for hours.
We also learned that GPS communicates using radio waves.
And because solar flares affect radio waves, Jacob's hypothesis is right.
Well, again, solar flares are only one possibility. You could also have coronal mass ejections and superflares.
What are coronal mass ejections?
Well, during some of the largest solar flares, the same magnetic changes that produce the flare can actually launch a billion-ton cloud of charged particles into space. These are called coronal mass ejections, or CMEs.
Do these clouds affect radio waves?
Oh, yes, they can. They also produce some of the most intense and widespread aurora. The thing is that they travel to the Earth much slower than the X-rays do from typical solar flares. It usually takes about 1 to 4 days for a CME to arrive at the Earth.
What is a superflare?
Well, fortunately for us, superflares are not very common. When they happen, though, they produce an amazing amount of energy.
How would a superflare affect the Earth?
Well, if you're an astronaut in space, a superflare could produce a life-threatening dose of radiation. Historical record also shows that some of the most powerful flares we've seen so far can produce satellite damage or loss of function.
Then our GPS really wouldn't work.
Well, that's right. Even the CME from a modest superflare like the one in 1989 caused a blackout in Quebec.
Wow, radiation, power shortages, these superflares sound extreme.
It's easy to see how something as strong as a superflare would have an effect on our GPS. But what effect would an average solar flare have?
Well, space weather includes all solar flares, CMEs, and superflares can disturb the ionosphere. These disturbances slow down the speed of the radio signals sent to the Earth from the GPS satellite, and the speed can vary from minute to minute.
And if the signal takes longer to get to Earth, then our GPS receiver will think that the satellite is further away and give the wrong position.
Because the speed changes from minute to minute, the GPS location varies as well. That's exactly what happened to us. What we need is some way to predict space weather.
And then we would know the best time to geocache.
And we'd be able to better protect and prepare our astronauts in space.
Well, that's right. NASA's been working for years to understand the complex relationship between the Earth and the Sun using sophisticated satellite systems such as ACE and SOHO. We also work with the image and timed satellite systems and sounding rockets launched here in Norway to study auroras and how electrons and auroral particles flow.
So NASA is at work all around the world.
That's right, and we work with communities of scientists and researchers all around the world to try to understand how space weather affects the Earth.
Thanks, Dr. Odenwald. You may have actually helped support Jacob's hypothesis.
And solve our problem with our walkie-talkies.
Did you say walkie-talkies?
Yes. We lost our radio signal with Jacob just before we called you.
There must have been another solar flare that affected both the walkie-talkies and the GPS, because they both use radio waves.
Yeah, but walkie-talkies don't usually use radio waves to travel up to the ionosphere and then back down. They usually use what's called a ground wave, which is basically line of sight between the receiver and the transmitter.
Oh no! Our hypothesis is incorrect.
What do we do now?
Well, don't panic. You did use careful reasoning after all, and your basic hypothesis about the GPS problem could still be correct. You just have to do more research.
Perhaps there's a way for us to find out if we had any solar activity on the first day of our problem and today.
Ah, I think you're onto something. I've got a friend at NOAA who might be able to help. I'll give you his email address.
But what about our walkie-talkie problem?
Well, walkie-talkies might require a completely separate hypothesis. Think about a common problem that affects small electronic devices when they're in the field.
What would that be?
How about bad batteries? Take care, kids. Good luck.
I'm not telling Jacob about this one.
Thanks, RJ, and good work. I thought I lost you for a few minutes, but I understand when nature calls. Over. Well, I got lucky. My hypothesis is correct after all.
I think it was more than just luck. You did good research.
We all did good research. Now all we need to do is plan our geocache and complete our assignment.
Let's not congratulate ourselves just yet. RJ said that NOAA might be able to confirm our hypothesis further.
That's true. You don't always know for certain that you're 100% correct.
Right, but hopefully they'll be able to help us get closer to the answer.
Let's plan our cache and wait for Tony's report from NOAA. I'm ready for coordinates.
North 37.
I'm meeting with Mr. Joe Kunches, who works with NOAA and the Space Environment Center here in Boulder, Colorado. He studies space weather and how to predict it. Hopefully, he can tell us whether there was any solar activity the day we experienced the problem with our GPS.
Space weather refers to conditions near the Earth that affect man-made technologies such as satellites and other human activities.
That's why it's so important to predict space weather.
Right. Satellites were once rare and mostly government-owned, but today they are more numerous and many are commercially owned. So that's why it's important to know where and when they may be affected.
Right. Satellites are very important in our lives, and also a nice addition to a well-balanced portfolio.
We heavily depend on satellites for weather information, television, communication, and navigation.
We have learned about predicting weather here on Earth, but how do you predict space weather?
Predictions are made primarily using data from satellites that monitor the sun. For example, NOAA's GOES and POES satellites help forecasters know atmospheric conditions at low Earth orbits and higher up.
Do you work with NASA satellites as well?
Yes, NASA's ACE satellite samples the solar wind, and SOHO allows forecasters to see the solar eruptions that cause space weather.
Are there other ways to monitor space weather?
Yes, we use data from the ground-based observatories run by the United States Air Force, as well as the magnetometer network run by the United States Geological Survey.
What is a magnetometer?
A magnetometer is an instrument that measures the behavior of the Earth's magnetic field and tells forecasters when a magnetic storm is developing.
Wow, you have a lot of data to monitor. How do you get it all?
We get data through the internet, dedicated telephone lines, and email. We also have our own antennas that receive data.
And once you have the data, you have to analyze it.
Forecasters continually monitor the space environment to provide short-term 3-day predictions.
They don't have daily space weather predictions on the news, so who receives your forecasts?
The alerts go to a number of places, such as private and commercial users, as well as other government agencies, such as NASA.
Do you send out alerts often?
It varies depending on the time of the solar cycle, but usually we average 20 to 30 alerts per week.
What's a solar cycle?
As you know, the Earth's weather changes over time with different seasons. The sun's weather does too. The changes on the sun are caused by the reversal of its magnetic poles.
I didn't realize that the poles of the sun switched.
Over an 11-year period, the reversal of the sun's poles completes half of its cycle. During this time, the number of sunspots seen on the surface of the sun goes from high to low and then back again.
Sounds intense.
Yes, the period with lots of sunspots is intense and is called sunspot maximum. The period with fewer sunspots is called sunspot minimum.
So during a sunspot maximum, there would be more solar flares and coronal mass ejections. We would see increased auroras and more disturbances in the ionosphere, causing problems with the satellite systems.
Good job. I think you have it. But remember that even during a sunspot minimum, there can still be lots of interference.
If you don't mind, I have one last question.
Sure, what's your question?
We're fairly certain that our GPS devices went crazy while we were geocaching due to a solar flare or space weather event that affected the ionosphere. Is there any way we can be sure that was the cause?
We can find out if an alert was issued for that date, but not if the storm affected your GPS device.
That makes sense.
Let's go over to the computer and check out the website.
You can find out all about space weather and geomagnetic storms when you visit NOAA's Space Environment Center website. NOAA confirmed that there was an alert while we were geocaching. We can't be certain, but we may have solved another mystery. Of course, I'm sending my report to the treehouse detectives. Hopefully, they will get it before they go to pick up Dr. D from the airport.
Look, it's Dr. D.
Hi, Dr. D. We solved our mystery.
That's great. Did it have anything to do with batteries?
That's funny. Dr. Odenwald mentioned the same thing. We did have a small battery problem, but not with our GPS.
Batteries aren't the problem. Remembering to check them can be.
Right. To solve our GPS problem, we actually researched electricity, magnetism, space weather, and auroras. We've learned all about how GPSs work. It's amazing how many new things we can learn while we're trying to find the solution to our problem.
I was thinking about your problem as I was watching the auroras in Norway. It appears to me that the same space weather events that influenced the auroras probably also affected your GPS.
Dr. D, why didn't you tell us earlier? We came to the same conclusion.
Isn't it more fun to find the solution yourself?
You're right, and Tony's report from Colorado finally nailed it down. Dr. Odenwald told us that storms on the sun can affect the ionosphere in ways that slow down the GPS signal, so that the receiver reads a false distance. And Tony told us that there had been a space weather advisory the day that we had the problems. But don't worry, Dr. D. We know that that doesn't necessarily mean the storm caused the problem. But it is a very possible solution.
Did you consider a multi-path signal error?
What's that?
It's an inaccuracy caused when the GPS signals bounce off of buildings or large rock surfaces.
Well, we weren't around any buildings, and I don't remember seeing any large rocks.
I don't mean to alarm you. I really think your explanation is probably the best in this situation. I'm just trying to keep you on your toes.
Thanks, Dr. D. Can you tell us about the auroras that you saw? What colors were they? Did they really dance around in the sky?
Yes, they did. Let's take one question at a time. Colors of the auroras were absolutely wonderful. Mostly kind of a pale green, a little red along the borders.
The Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency's Hunter Education Program has certified over 750,000 students. Our volunteer instructors have made Tennessee one of the safest states in America to hunt. To find out about classes scheduled in your area, log on to tnwildlife.org. On this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll go tracking an elk on North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area on the first archery-only elk hunt. We'll go visit Flintville Fish Hatchery as they prepare to deliver rainbow trout to a local fishing hole. Next, it's time to head down to the Wilson County Fairgrounds to draw for a duck blind. Talk about tradition. Then we'll go visit TWRA at the Murray County Fair, where they've brought along some Duck River natives to show off to the public. We'll round up some geese near Old Hickory Lake. We'll band them and formulate a population estimate. And finally, TWRA throws a remotely operated vehicle in the water in hope of some help with a boating investigation. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for a behind-the-scenes look at the work being done every day by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. Our first story today takes us to the field for the first archery-only elk hunt.
So this is a really special hunt. It's a unique hunt.
Well, I heard about it when they first started it up. I was really happy to hear that they were going to start an elk hunt up, and I started applying immediately. And when I saw the bow hunt, that's who I am. I love to bow hunt.
You know, being able to call in an 800-pound bull to archery range is just a phenomenal opportunity.
I'm used to rugged country. I'm used to hunting on hills and stuff, but I didn't know we were hunting in hills like Kentucky has. It was pretty rugged. I was wore out after day one. It wasn't so bad going in. Everything was downhill, going through field after field and down the hills and things. But boy, when we started out, after the first hill, I was pretty much zapped.
East Tennessee elk hunting, just like any type of hunting, deer, especially turkey, any animal that you're trying to call, you have to locate them first. And up here, we don't have a lot of fields that the elk are using right now.
The challenging thing with hunting elk on this management area is the terrain, right? It is so steep, and it's kind of like turkey hunting. You may hear a bull bugle, but getting there is tough. You know, and because of the terrain, we're not able to put in these huge expansive fields like you might see in the west, where you see elk in meadows and stuff, and we just don't have many flat spaces to do that. But the elk are bugling pretty good right now. They're kind of keying in, seem to be on acorns a little bit. We're seeing them some in fields. This lack of rain has sort of harmed some of our initial field establishment with our winter food plots, and hopefully we'll have a successful hunt by the time it's over.
But we're close enough to hear it if there's anything up on this ridge.
The elk were not where they're supposed to be, and you know, they don't always get the calling card, and they don't know when to show up and where to show up.
So we're back in the timber. We're looking for sign on the ground, trying to find an animal that is not talking to you in the middle of all this big timber. It's quite daunting task just to even locate them.
After morning day 2, it was real discouraging, you know. For me, it's pretty disappointing, you know. You draw a large piece of land and you can't pinpoint them.
So we're literally hunting a turkey with horns that can smell you. And that's what we're up here trying to do. Where we're hunting right now, we're walking in 2 miles in and 2 miles back out. So we're in here, and so are the animals. We just have to stay with it.
Yeah, at the end of the 2nd day, God did his job and put us where we needed to be. The bull must have stood up and let out a, you know, wake-up bugle. And that was unlike any experience I've ever felt in my life. It was nice.
There's a bench right here when I was standing there that kind of comes up at an angle that way. The moment of truth, and the elk answers you. Nothing can prepare you. No matter how many hunts you've been on, nobody has the constitution to stand there and be stone-faced when it happens. There's a bull right there. Get on that tree, get behind the tree, and ease around it. There's a bull right there.
It happened so quick. It's hard to describe what was going through my mind. It was sort of like your first deer, except for more exciting.
Oh my gosh, there's another one coming from our left. Oh my God.
Things did come together, but didn't play out the way it should have.
Oh my God, I just missed. No matter where you've hunted in the world, no matter what you've done, having a bull elk come into you at bow range is just unnerving, and that's just all I can say. I mean, it's terrifying. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, it's everything I thought it would be, and truthfully, you know, having the bull, you know, in my sights, 2, not 1 but 2, that made everything, you know. And I think this is, you know, a great hunt. Glad they put it on. Hope they continue. Maybe in the future we'll see more and more hunters be able to come out here and enjoy what I enjoyed.
It's always tough to predict what a population will do over time, but you know, I think it will continue to grow, especially as we make some more management decisions that put more quality elk forage out on the landscape, and we can get, you know, better nutrition, better calf production, and then recruitment into the population. So, you know, ultimately, you know, maybe in the future we'll have more tags and more hunters can come and enjoy this resource we now have.
Next up, Flintville Fish Hatchery, winter trout stocking.
So this is the Flintville Fish Hatchery. On release days, we stay pretty busy. Our stream crews goes out and surveys the stream, and they'll come up with a number of trout that they think we could use in that stream, and we'll go with it. And sometimes we have to tweak it a little. A lot of it depends on fishing pressure. Hatchery was built in 30 and 31. Originally built by the federal government, and wildlife took it over sometime in the 40s. We've been putting out trout ever since. We usually run around 120,000 a year, adult fish. And for years we raised like 250,000. Like I say, 120,000 a year, so they add up pretty quick. Millions and millions over the years, all rainbow, that's all we raise on this side. Yesterday, we left them off feed. This morning, we'll come in, we'll water our trucks, get our numbers off the charts, what we gotta have for that particular stream for that day. We go down and screen the fish down. We've got a loader truck that we reach in and get the fish with, and it actually weighs them as it's picking the fish up. We go by that weight, how many numbers of fish we've got. He'll swing it over the truck, pull a pin and dump it into the water. Then we'll haul them to the stream.
The winter trout stocking program is just to provide fishing opportunities that otherwise would not exist. We stock a lot of metropolitan urban areas where there are a lot of potential anglers, and it gives them opportunities to come out rather than just traditional spring, summer, fall. They're able to continue fishing through the winter. It increases catch rates and provides another species. You know, so many people love to fish for trout. So that is the main goal, is just to keep people fishing year-round and provide more opportunities in these urban areas.
Start.
Our next story is about drawing for ducks and the tradition of it all.
Well, okay, we got 69, 71, 81, 82, 19, 18, and 17.
Just go ahead and show me some ID, because you don't look nothing like Kobe Bryant.
I just retired.
This is our annual duck blind drawing. For as long as I can remember, we've always held it right here at Wilson County Fairgrounds. This site right here is just Old Hickory, but all the blind drawings all across the state is today. It's the first Saturday in August.
It's pretty awesome. It's a pretty unique atmosphere, having everyone together like this, and kind of a gathering of, you know, duck hunters early in the season. We don't get anything like this, you know, where we're from originally, so it's kind of a unique environment.
Yeah, it is. It's terrific.
There was talks at one time to put it on a computer draw, and I think we got a lot of negative feedback on that, because they like to come out and, you know, make it into an event.
We think of different seasons, like squirrel season as the beginning of the hunting season, but I think a lot of these people that show up here, this kicks off their season.
33, 35, 37, 39. Good blind, good blind. Y'all done a good job this year, except planting. Rodney needs to be fired. Come here. Come here. We ain't editing nothing.
This is the
here,
man, right?
come around here, Rodney.
Yes, yes.
Let's look at heads.
This is the one time where the agency folks, who by the way are mega outdoorsmen, are coming out with the sportsmen of the state of Tennessee, and we get to meet with them face to face. And this happens in all over the state of Tennessee, really, but for here it's very special for us. It's been going on for decades.
It's kind of a big day for all the duck hunters, especially in this area.
Got to be one of the food hall spots, for sure. Maybe something on the upper end, like 0 or 4, probably.
That's the current plan. We'll adjust as we go along.
They're looking at the food, they're looking at the blinds, and, you know, seeing what condition everything is.
Yep.
The process is they put their name in, and then it's just like a door prize drawing. We put it in a drum, we spin it, we pull the name out of the hat. And we call them up, and then they bring all their people in, and we sign them on, and they get their blind permits, and then they're good to go for that. They hold that blind for the entire season.
First, rule number 1, get drawn. Then we'll go from there.
Hey, 105.
We've got 88 blinds in Unit 1, and then we've got 44 blinds in Unit 2. The corn is fair, but we did get almost 100 acres of millet on top of that, and the millet grows really well in wet conditions, and it's coming on pretty good. So as long as we get the weather to push the ducks south, we should hold ducks during the season.
This is a time when everybody that comes in here, most of the people that are here have either lifetime licenses or they have Type 04 sportsman license. And so it's unique. It's a unique little niche that we have in the agency. It's tradition. There's no question about it. This has been going on so long. It is a part of the agency. And I know it's hot. This is always August, first Saturday in August. It's hot, but everybody comes out here and we all have a good time and we love it.
Line 18 for Ryan Good.
They know they're going to see people they haven't seen since last year's duck blind drawing. And you just see them get in the group, and they're talking about their experiences, and the children are around them, the younger people are around them, and they're listening to this, and the excitement is contagious, there's no question about it.
We've really worked our butts off this year. We've worked up every square inch that we possibly could in our duck ponds, planting, you know, everything from corn to millet and milo, and we'll just wait for the food to cure out so that we can put water on it this fall and flood all of our fields and wait on the ducks.
Hey, let's go to the Murray County Fair and see some outreach from TWRA staff.
Murray County Fair comes around once a year. It's usually the second to third weekend of August, and it runs about 5 to 6 days.
And you know what that one is? What does it look like? It's pretty smelly when you smell it. Skunk.
Yep.
It is skunk.
We've had a booth for about the last 4 years now. We take that time to meet and greet a lot of Murray County residents. Some from other counties come to the fair. We're set up on your way in the fair, so we get a lot of people that are coming in. They really enjoy seeing some of the wildlife that we have.
Is that the catfish? Catfish. Yep, that's a catfish.
We put a fish tank up. We catch native fish from the Duck River the week of the fair.
Here we go.
It's about the only time of the year that us as officers get to shock fish anymore, so we go out, we'll shock some fish up. It's hard work and it's hot weather, so gives us a little bit more respect for our fish guys that do it every day.
We'll shock right through here for now. You want another catfish?
It's kind of fast-paced action. You know, as the fish comes up, you got to reach in and grab it with the net pretty quick. And if you're just a little bit too late, then you miss that fish, and you know you might have missed your great opportunity to catch something that we didn't have.
Try to get a good variety of everything, that way people can see what's in the Duck River right here.
People have a different mindset about the Duck River. It doesn't have that crystal clear, pristine water look to it. It's kind of always dingy. We often call it the muddy duck, and that's its natural color. But people associate that dinge with a lot of times bad stuff, and this helps them realize that it's very diverse. Like I said, it's one of the most diverse rivers in North America. Got the most amount of species, got a lot of endangered mussels, a ton of other mussels, a lot of different creatures live in there for sure. So helps us show them what's right here in their home county.
I want a fish.
Everybody that comes through here just seems to love the fish tank.
Raccoon, possum, skunk.
We have a lot of people that just traverse back and forth through the building. And a lot of times when the kids see it, they just flock to it automatically, and then the parents, you know, have to stay with the kids, so they're following them, and we get to talking about it. That's probably one of the smaller garter we shocked up today. And there were several, you know, a lot of those fish too that they've never seen before, and when we tell them that they come out of the Duck River, they never would associate that many fish being in the Duck River or you know, being as diverse as it is.
We see a little bit of everybody. A lot of times the kids will come over, look at the fish, but then their parent may have a question. They've been waiting a year or 5 years to ask a game warden in person. So we're sitting there, we answer a lot of questions, we give out a lot of materials, hunting fishing guides, give out business cards, answer any kind of questions you may have, law enforcement or wildlife related. We look at a lot of trail camera pics, hear a lot of hunting stories, a lot of fishing stories, and it's just a great way to interact with the public.
Our next story is about a goose roundup.
What we're trying to do is get the geese off the lake into this pen so we can bring them in, band them, assign gender, age them, and then we'll release them back out. I see a bunch there in the slough. Is anybody over there to work them up this way? We have to do it for the feds to have our early goose season, resident goose season.
I've got one kayaker. If we had the other one, it'd help.
Yeah, I see one right here. I'll send him up to the back of the slough.
Back in the, if I'm not mistaken, in the 70s, some juvenile Canada geese were brought down to Old Hickory Lake. And waterfowl tend to go back to wherever they're raised to have their young. And since those were raised here, over time, resident birds have grown, the flock has grown, and once we decided we wanted to go ahead and hunt those birds, then the feds required us to maintain some kind of record on what the size of the population is so that we don't over-harvest. And that's what this is doing. This is will go ahead and tell us how many of the banded birds that we recapture will give us some idea on what the population size is.
Tell you what's going on is, this time of year the geese are molting, they're losing their feathers.
Waterfowl traditionally molts their wing feathers, their flight feathers, and they do that when they have their young. I think that's nature's way of keeping the mama on the ground, protecting the young.
You always have a few that still have a few flight feathers that get away from us, but we'll take the boats, the kayaks, and we'll round them up on the lake. We'll push them up to this point, and they'll walk right up here, and we'll put them in the pan, and they'll sit here until we're finished with them.
All right, we'll get them in the pen. First thing we do is we look for any birds that have already got bands on them.
Right here, Brad. This one right here. That one right there.
That one?
Yep. Here you go, James.
We record those bands because those are the ones that we can use to estimate population.
1138-12066.
Got it.
And then if there are any juveniles, we'll separate the juveniles out so they don't get trampled. And then we'll go ahead, those birds that are banded, we record. Then we'll go through the adults. We go ahead and sex.
Male.
Male. We go ahead and band them, record that, turn that back into the federal government. And then we'll do the juvenile birds. We'll go ahead and band those. Most of those are plenty big enough to put bands on that'll stay. It's just it's another season, another opportunity, and that's what our agency is about, is opportunity. Of course, we can't hunt here, but we can hunt in the general vicinity, which knocks some of the population down, so maybe there's just not that many birds that create a mess. Sometimes the feds have to come in and other times of the year and capture some if they become a real nuisance, but this is just to control the size of the population of resident birds. They just go back on their way. It doesn't affect them a bit. So they go back on their way and do what geese do, make a lot of mess.
We'll finish off this episode with a boating investigation story.
April, the weather starts to warm up, starts to get pretty. You get a lot of fishermen. You don't get a ton of pleasure boaters right now. Starting about May, warms up a little bit more. You get a lot of people out skiing, Sea-Doos, personal watercraft, everything. Right now we've got a missing person here on Priest, and we've got OEM out here as well as some of our guys with TWRA. As far as we understand, there was 3 individuals on board on the canoes, and there were 3 life jackets.
When they left out, they indicated that the waters were pretty calm. They weren't having any trouble, and as the day progressed, the conditions changed. The wind got up. All of the parties, all 3 of them, transitioned into one boat instead of 2, and then the waves and the wind were really high, ultimately capsizing the canoe that they were in.
OEM has a couple of dogs they use in body recovery, and they've hit a couple of times out here where we believe the individual may have gone down. Anytime they hit, if OEM sees anything on their side imaging, or if the dogs hit, we're going to come over and use the ROV and see if we can find something.
It's a very technical piece of equipment. There's, I'd say, 3 main things that we're looking at. We have sonar built in on the ROV itself, and it's ultimately like shining a flashlight underwater on the bottom of the lake bed. We can plot points that are of interest to us. We can mark things such as evidence or where we recover evidence or people. And additionally, we have a camera on board that we can take photographs and take video.
It's, for lack of better terms, like a little bitty sub with a camera on it, and he's controlling it with a joystick over there, and it's tethered to a cable which runs to their equipment, and he's looking at his laptop, and anything that our ROV sees, he can see.
And the reality is most people think they're a good swimmer, and many of them are, but they encounter situations where they're all of a sudden end up in the water and they don't expect to be. The water's cold, they're not dressed to be in the water, they've got on many clothes such as hunting apparel or waders, and they don't anticipate being in the water, and all of a sudden they are, and now they have to swim, and sometimes they may be in the middle of a lake or they may be in a very current-ridden river, and they just can't overcome that. They may be a good swimmer in a nice warm pool in the middle of the summer, but many of the situations that our sportsmen get into out here on our waterways are not very conducive to swimming in the gear they have on and the environments that they fish and hunt in. I couldn't imagine standing on the riverbank with my family member missing for days and days at a time and trying to go home and sleep and carrying on a normal life. So that's the reason myself and our other investigators, our other boating officers, will come out at all hours of the day and night and use this piece of equipment to try to bring closure to these families that have been involved in these incidents on our waterways. What's the one thing you want people to bring to the lake? You know, and I would always say common sense, because people get out here and there's no speed limits, there's no stop signs, and people sometimes lose sense of speed and direction of travel, and they want to just go and have fun and forget about things that may happen. Slow down, bring common sense, have a good time, but be safe.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream, this legacy, our legacy.
Hey Tennessee, I'm Kix Brooks. You know, I've been blessed to tour this nation from sea to shining sea, and every time that bus rolls back across the state line, I'm reminded how good we have it here in our home state. Whether you like to hunt, fish, or watch wildlife, we got our Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency to thank for it. But before you follow that red dirt road to your favorite fishing hole or hunting spot, there's one thing you need: a license. Just visit GoOutdoorsTennessee.com and you can get your license in minutes.
Hi, I'm Charlie Daniels. When I was a kid, I loved baseball and football and all kind of stuff, but my favorite pastime was when my daddy would get me up early in the morning, we'd go hunting or fishing. Out in the fresh air on the water or back in the woods, and you learn a lot. You got kids, take them hunting, take them fishing. Join me. Buy a hunting or fishing license. Let's keep wildlife in Tennessee. That's a doggone good thing.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening. Welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for November 21st, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I second.
I have a motion from Ms. Haas and a second from Ms. Davison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we'll jump right into the meeting, and the big thing coming up is the Parade of Lights. Who's talking about this?
That's Kathy.
All right, so Parade of Lights is a week from this Saturday, December 3rd. The Winter Festival will be from 3 to 8, and the parade will start at 5 o'clock at City Hall and funnel into Veterans Park. And we'll have the tree lighting ceremony immediately after the parade.
What time's the parade again?
The parade starts at 5 here at City Hall.
What exactly, Kathy, somebody asked me the other day and I tried to explain it. What exactly is going on from 3 to 5?
From 3 to 5? Well, the Winter Festival's 3 to 8.
Well, I mean,
So-
between 3 o'clock and the time of the parade.
Well, okay, if you're in the parade, then the parade lineup's gonna start around 3:30. So if you're in the parade itself, you'll have to come here at City Hall. Next week, you'll be given a spot number and then the setup times. And then once, I believe 4 o'clock is gonna be the judging. The winners will get a trophy. The first, second, and third place will get a trophy and a banner for the parade entries.
So for people that's not going to the parade, is there something going on at the park that they can be at while the parade's going on?
Yes, the Winter Festival. So that'll be from 3 to 8. We'll have pictures with Santa. Santa will be down there from 3 to 4. And then Santa will be in the parade, and then we'll have opportunities again around 6:30 after the parade ends, from 6:30 to 8. But we'll have the snow rink open. We've got craft vendors. We've got some snack vendors. We have carriage rides. We've got 2 carriage rides that are going to come and go along the walking trail up behind Pavilion B. And the tree lighting ceremony, and fireworks.
And do we have coffee and hot chocolate?
And hot chocolate.
Huh?
We have hot chocolate. I've got a few people that signed up for hot chocolate. And then after the parade, the senior center is going to be giving away their cookies and hot chocolate that evening as well.
That's no charge?
The senior center's no charge, but I have some vendors that will be selling while the parade is going on and before the parade. Mhm.
I noticed that Sheila especially, and a lot of others is putting that out on social media, so let's make sure that week of that we all get it out there and share it as much as possible.
And did I hear you right when you were saying for the folks that are in the parade, they show up here?
Correct.
3:30 and 4, and then they get judged before they actually go down the...
Yes, once they're in the lineup, we'll have the judges go through here while they're in the lineup right before the parade starts. That way they can display their banner as they're going through the parade, and then they'll be awarded their trophy at the tree lighting ceremony.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Any more questions? All right, let's talk about the snow rink.
That's Kathy too. She's gonna get a majority of all of this.
All right, so the snow rink is already in place on the tennis courts. I don't know if y'all have driven by and seen it. It's already put together. We did extend it or expand it by 50% this year. We're having an employee skate night November 30th, and then it's going to be open to the public from December 1st to the 17th, from between Thursday and Sunday each week. We're going to have the first Sunday, December 4th, between 1 and 2, we'll have a special needs skate. And then it will not be open on December 15th. That's the only day during that time frame from Thursday to Sunday it will not be offered.
Can you say those dates again from the...
Well, December 1st through the 17th, Thursday through Sunday during that time period, except for the 15th.
And tell us about the skates and the little snowmen you got to hold on to.
We've got skating aids for the little ones, and we do have several different sizes of skates. Skates are free to the public. You can bring your own skates as long as they're not double-bladed. and we are doing 1 hour increments. So like Thursday's 4 to 8. So you show up, you get to skate from 4 to 5. You show up at 4:30, you'll need to wait till the 5 o'clock skate or elect to skate for 30 minutes. But we rotate every hour on the hour.
And it is first come, first served.
It is first come, first serve. We're not doing any pre-registration. They'll just have to complete the waiver when they arrive at the park.
And what is the time frame on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Okay, so Thursdays and Fridays are 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday is 12 to 8. Sunday's 1 to 5. And then, like I said, that first Sunday from 1 to 2 is special needs, so it's open to everybody else 2 to 5 that first Sunday.
Somebody from Parks and Rec will be there while it's open in case there's any.
Yeah, we'll always have somebody from our department there, plus.
I'm just trying to think of questions that the public may want to know about it.
Yeah, we're kind of excited about that first Sunday, opening it up to families with special needs. So we're going to get with the EIO and see if we can kind of make that its own separate thing to try to put a little more focus on that. I think that was an element we missed last year, so we want to try to include those families also.
I think that's wonderful.
It's awesome. So last year it would hold about 30, something like that. What would it hold this year?
Yeah, I think it was rated for 45 maybe, or 48, and so we didn't really know what to expect, so we shrunk that number a little bit. But I don't think at any given time, maybe except for the day of the parade, did it get crowded. So with us increasing the size by 50%, I don't think we'll run into any issues this year.
I know
we are pushing it out there, though, that, you know, there's no cost to the public to come and skate, but we are encouraging a canned goods or unwrapped toy, unopened, unwrapped toy that we could donate.
Is that every day?
Every day, yes, ma'am.
Just anytime.
And I mean, that's not a requirement to participate, but we encourage that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have them, it's always nice when you got an old person up here, and you're gonna have the heaters out there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I remember last year was so cold, I was freezing. My granddaughter loved it.
Mine did too.
She didn't even know how to skate, and she was right out there. She used the little helper, but then she got it down pat in like 15 minutes.
That's what Ellie said. This year she won't need the little helper.
I will. Anyway, let's move on to the father-daughter dance.
And I'm gonna turn this one over to Kathy too in just a second. In the past several years, we've kind of pushed this as winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter dance. So our numbers really started to decline. First several years we had this, first 4 or 5 years we had it, we pushed this father-daughter dance. We don't, we include everyone, so we don't turn anyone away, son, mother, aunt, uncle, whoever comes, boy, girl, it doesn't matter. So the door's open to everybody. But I think once we started taking that emphasis off father-daughter dance, our numbers steadily declined. We outgrew the multipurpose building within 2 years and had to use the gym at the school. So this year, our numbers were so low last year, we are moving it back to the multipurpose building. And if it's okay with this board here, we would kind of like to put the emphasis back on father-daughter dance, make that more prominent, but still call it the winter formal also, so everybody knows on our advertisement, it clearly states that everyone is included.
Do you think it's because of winter formal, the word formal makes people think, well, we don't have a tuxedo or we don't have that fancy clothes?
They usually dressed up for the father-daughter dance. They were all.
No, I'll tell you what it is, being I'm the elephant in the room. Some people were, I don't know the word I'm looking for.
Not very nice.
They didn't like the father-daughter symbol because they felt like we were leaving out mothers, aunts, uncles, blah, blah, blah. And that's not the purpose of it. Father-daughter dances have been going on for many, many years in cities all over the country. So to pacify some of that worrisome, we changed it, as David said, and it got a little bit confusing. I think that people know that when we have a father-daughter dance, Carol is certainly welcome to bring her grandson
And granddaughter.
and granddaughter, and vice versa. I could even bring my grandson. It's just it's a vernacular that people were some kind of slur, but I totally agree with David, and I like that we're doing that and putting the emphasis out there that that's not what it is, but to follow a tradition, so to speak, of a father-daughter dance. It's always been like that, you know.
Yeah, and I think in our positions and even the board's position that, we kind of got to walk a fine line there. So kind of what really opened our eyes last year is we were still pushing ours as the winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter, and our numbers we might have had 9 people there at the most, where before we were busting at the seams with well over 200 at the multipurpose.
Yeah.
So then you have other communities near us that butt up against us that had the same event and pushed it as a father-daughter dance and sold tickets for $30 a piece, and they sold out. So that started, we started thinking if they sell out ahead of time and we're getting 9 people at our event that used to be one of our most populars, I mean, sometimes we would have fathers show up with limos, with their kids.
Absolutely.
That was neat.
So I'll let Kathy take over and kind of give you guys the details and the dates for what we have planned for that.
All right, so this year, or I guess next year, February 4th is the first Saturday in February. It is at the multipurpose building from 2 to 4. The theme we've picked this year is Under the Sea. And
Under the what?
Under the Sea. It's a mermaid theme.
Okay.
Did you see the mermaids at Goblins?
I didn't see them, but I seen the pictures. Those
They
were.
are going to come and do the same setup for picture opportunities and interact with the kids, and they're going to do the face painting at the event for the children as well.
There were more children dressed as mermaids
Yes.
or the Little Mermaid than anything else added together. It tripped me out. The movie's not even out. And it's like, and it was just like, I could not believe. I mean, my granddaughter showed up dressed as
Who were those
Mermaid,
people?
and it was,
Who were those people? I didn't get a chance to see them. All I seen was pictures. Is that something you can talk about or not?
They're mythical. They're mermaids.
They're mermaids.
I could talk about it,
My
but
bad.
honestly, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't recall.
That's fine. I was just,
I did
like I
reach
said,
out
I didn't get to see them. I just,
Yeah, she lives here in Lake Forest, the one that I was going back and forth with, and I think she said there's like a group of 6 of them that will, they're starting up their own little business and wanting to do the party scene and so forth. So.
Is that the same one that was at the library for,
I don't believe so, because I gave her information to Miss Donna, and I didn't know she had one, and she had said she just had a mermaid there, but she was gonna add her to her contact list.
because that
I don't
was,
believe so.
that was the summer reading program? Yeah, summer reading program when Miss Donna had.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they were a big hit at the Goblins event. So we've tailored our new event, our father-daughter dance, to be able to incorporate them. So it'll be nice. All the little kids will have the face paint to go with their outfits and so
That's
forth.
super cute. Do we have a cost for those tickets yet?
Not yet. I think, what have we done in the past, $5?
$5.
$5 per family is what it's traditionally been.
Okay.
I've done the design, but we've not fine-pointed the detailed information to advertise it yet, so I don't know if that's gonna change or not.
Okay.
Is February 4th a Saturday or?
It is a Saturday. It's the first Saturday in February.
So it could be grandma, granddaughter.
Absolutely. It can be anybody.
We're in there.
Yep.
No, and see, that was what one of the things were, and it's just simply not like that. It's basically for anybody. If you've got a child that don't have a mom and dad or aunt and uncle or grandma, man, grab them and bring them and let them stand on your toes and dance around with them. You know, it's about fun. It's not about a name, so.
So when we go to announce this or talk about it, on Facebook, I think we should father-daughter dance, and whoever wants to attend, kind of, it should.
Absolutely.
Everybody's welcome.
Sure. It's for the kids. It's basically
the
bring
kids.
bring the kids and let the kids have fun. And they also have wonderful snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta have snacks.
We'll have snacks, and we have a DJ come in, so it'll be children-themed music as well.
Okay.
And I can't remember, I think in the past, if it was $5 per couple, that covered your whole family.
Correct, $5.
So if you had 3 kids, there was no upcharge after the initial $5.
Yeah,
Do
make
you have
it,
an age limit?
Nope.
No, ma'am.
No age limit?
Nope.
Okay. So 13-year-old will be fine.
No, Chief Walker used to come with his daughter when she was in college.
Oh.
Yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, there's no age limit.
Okay.
all right, let's move on to Martin Luther King.
All right, so it is scheduled for January 16th at 10 o'clock here in the boardroom at City Hall. Sharmil Babalosa is going to be one of our speakers. Theowana Hatchett, she is confirming because of the surgery. So she will confirm with me, and then I've reached out to a third speaker. I've not heard back yet. So that will be here like we have in prior years. The speakers will have refreshments.
What time was that again?
10 a.m.
Is Shamil, has she moved back?
I don't believe so. She did not tell me if she has or not. I've been going back and forth with her in email, so I'm not sure.
For those of you who don't know her, she is fabulous. She's fabulous. I won't go into a lot of detail, but she's fabulous, and if I'm hoping that she will give you some more information about another event. If her and Commissioner Hope Oliver can work it out.
What's her name again?
But her name is Sharmil Babalosa. Babalosa. I call her Sharil. All right, Lord have mercy. We're talking about this already, and
We're back to that again, wow.
Got to start early.
well, and I think me and David talked about this back a couple months ago when we had it. That it seemed like just yesterday we started talking about it, and boom, it was here. So let's talk a little bit about Old Timers Festival.
Well, we're gonna throw a couple of things out just to get some feedback from you guys. We were kind of on the fence if we wanted to do it tonight, but we're gonna go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. What's your thoughts on there's several things we'd like to see do. One is kind of rebrand the name, kind of get away from the Old Timers Festival, because I think LaVergne has outgrown that. For people that, I personally don't have an issue with it, and I grew up in this city. So I was on the front end of it, but I just think we have grown past the Old Timers name, and I think it may deter some people from coming out and wanting to participate. Number 2 is what y'all's thoughts on moving away from the parade and just focusing on one parade, the Christmas parade, or do we want to keep the Old Timers Day parade?
Wow, that's some tough questions. I guess my first question would be is what name are you thinking about?
We don't know. That would be, this board, we would have to come together with some ideas. I don't know, we've kicked around maybe LaVergne Fall Festival or, we don't know. We're not 100% sure that the name is not the branding now is not a deterrent.
We could actually create a poll and get the public involved, since they're the ones that come and participate.
Yeah.
Well, as sitting on the board and you guys being citizens of LaVergne, what are your thoughts on Old Timers Day? Are we proposing something that we shouldn't be, or?
No, I think you're onto something there. Yeah, because if you were new here and you're like, old timers, you're gonna think old-timey music, you're gonna think antiques, you're gonna think flea market.
Well, and you've got the traditional people that, like my parents' generation, not so much mine, but theirs. There's not a whole lot of them around anymore, and when they think of old timers, or they come to that day, they want to take it back to what it was in the late 70s, early 80s, and we just can't do that. So much has changed, we can't get those elements to come, and there's not a whole lot of those elements around. You know, you've got Uncle Dave Making Days that ties up a bunch of stuff in Murfreesboro, and then you've got, you know, Mule Days, and then you've got Pioneer Days, I think, in Chapel Hill.
Well, we've kind of, even in the festival itself every year, we've kind of gotten away from that. We're bringing in like the axe throwing, we're throwing in animals and more things for families. And it's that, when I first moved here and went, there was more of the old timers. It was very small. It was very flea market feel, and then there was a whole section over on the side with pictures where they were more celebrating the history of LaVergne. And there's a time and a place for that, but this has become more of a festival for families, and it's been going in a different direction for years, and I honestly think that's a great idea on rebranding the name on it and be able to pull in more people from even further out, and take that out of the back of their brain that it's.
Well, if we go ahead and start do a thing to change the name, like have a a poll or whatever, it'll start building momentum for it. Because I was talking to somebody the other day, and I didn't even call it the Old Timers Fest. I was just like, the Founders Festival. And that's just what and didn't even think about it, and we were talking about it, it popped back in my head.
I like the LaVergne City Festival. I think and I think our name should be in there for the city, and just a festival.
I kind of agree with what Laura's saying about, and David, with the new, you've got people that see it as an old timers festival, and it kind of detours them away, but at the same time, you got the old people that say, why are they changing it? But unfortunately, there is more younger people. I think it's
more families are gonna come
more families. Now, to mix in the parade, that really brings up a good thing, because, I'm up in front. So when I get back, I'm there, and by the time the whole parade comes through, a lot of people
have left,
are ready to go home.
Well, and it's definitely something to think about. I mean, everybody loves a good parade. I think what we have too, pretty much, I don't say back to back, but they're within three months of each other, 4 months of each other.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot on emergency services, the PD, it's a lot on them. They have to fully staff it, so they are finally fully staffed, but the guys that work on the night shift, they have no choice but to stay over during the day until the parade's done. I mean, it's something to think about. I know the PD and the fire department would not oppose getting rid of it. I don't know how much pushback we would get from that.
Well, think about it. We have Old Timers, 5K, and then the Christmas parade. It's all slammed in there together. And as someone with Carol that has worked these, it's difficult. It's
well,
difficult.
And it's gotten to be the last several years, the end of the parade, you're looking at 200 to 250 horses.
I was about to
which
say
we
that.
enjoy the horses to come, but if we, we don't have that issue in the Christmas parade because they don't participate. We enjoy those, that's a big draw, but if we want to move forward and we still want to have a parade at OTF, then we're going to have to limit the number of participants of horses.
Yeah.
But also, like Steve said, as someone who's out there working it, you get those big gaps, and then people are walking away not realizing that it's over, and then they're going home. Whereas we could put more effort into pulling them to the park without that parade, and focus more on the advertising aspect of it and all the fun stuff. And so you've got the little kids, and they come out there and they're excited for the parade, and then they're tired and they want to go home. Whereas let's go straight up here and just do this. And then, you know, you've got your traffic up here, of people coming in and participating. And that is in itself just a whole mess, trying to get through the parade traffic, to get up there. And people just don't want to, they just don't want to wait. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we should focus absolutely more on the festival and save the parade for the Christmas, because that is the best part. It's lit up, it's at night. We're one of the very few that do them at night. Can't really think of too many places around here. They all do them in the mornings, Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro. And I think we could put more effort into getting more people involved if that's the only one we have.
Well,
I think also too, if you've, the parade and the Old Timers Day, Festival, whatever you want to call it, if you have bad inclement weather, then you've got two different almost entities to deal with to try and maneuver out. I think it's a good idea, David, and I know some little kids like the parade, and I know some parents that do, but I also know people that want to come to the park, bring their families, you know, that sort of stuff. So
I think it would encourage more. I almost feel like it keeps people away. If parade's not your thing, but you want to go to that, well, we got to wait till that's over and all the traffic and oh, they've got to move the lanes back. It does kind of, I would think, hinder you wanting to come out and participate.
Well, you know, we're not having a December meeting anyway, so our next meeting will be January. We're still going to have this on there, so that may give you guys a little bit of time to get out in the community and talk to people and mention it. You know, do you participate in OTF? If you do you really want to continue to see the parade? And see what kind of feedback you get. I know as far as city staff goes, I kind of know where we sit on it. Every department that was involved, we generally have a follow-up after that just to discuss what we did right and what we did wrong. And that was one of the topics that came up. And majority of the people were, you know, were on board with, if we did away with it, they wouldn't have an issue with it. So it's something, we wanted to throw that out there, so we have time to know what to do next year.
Well, and let's look at it this way. Some of the groups that have to be involved with the traffic and the parade would have the ability to be a bigger part of the festival if they weren't tied up there. Like, we have to get the kids that help with the parking. Maybe they would like to have a booth. Maybe they would like to do something up there. But by the time they finish all of that, well, no. So that might actually help us get a bigger festival and way more people involved if you're not tied up in so many different things.
And you know what, this year I think we had how many school bands did we have in it?
In the Old Timers, we had one in Old Timers.
So if we did that, if we get away from the parade, but we still invited several schools out, maybe we kind of have like a little battle of the bands in the park. Because time them kids walk a mile and a half,
You're right.
they're wore out.
And they're not going to participate in the festival either, even as far as walking around and looking at everything, because they're exhausted.
So let me back up here a little bit, because it's not on here, just, and I may be putting the buggy before the horse here. What are you guys planning for the carnival thing?
He told me he was going to get with me before the end of the year. He's wanting to come in May versus at the end of his tour, because it was so hot when he came here last time. So I don't know when in May. He goes to Minnesota in May, so he would want to hit our area before he went to Minnesota, but I don't have definite dates because he's not gotten.
So you don't think getting the carnival like a little bit before Old Timers is a good idea?
I mean, I could try. We really liked this carnival that we had this last time, but to get him here during that time frame would not work because of his schedule.
And it kind of took away from the festival too.
And he has certain states that he goes to. So if he were to come here before he goes to Minnesota, it would have to be in May.
Which might be good for an end-of-school bash for the kids.
And that's what we were thinking. It's not as hot. Hopefully it would be before they got out of school, right before, so they weren't already on vacation. But yeah, it would either be middle of May or it's gonna be the end of September again, which was after OTF this last time, so.
No, I thought it was before OTF.
Was it before OTF?
It was before OTF.
It was
It was
just
the end of August.
Oh, it
Yeah,
was
it
end of August. I apologize. I was getting it in.
It was a couple of weeks before.
Yeah, it was, I think it was the weekend before Labor Day.
Okay. We could try. I know the heat was a big thing with him, though.
Yes, it was very hot.
But you are correct, because there were 3 areas in Tennessee he did, and we're the first one he went to. So we could try to maybe, readjust that with him. But the heat, I don't know. It was his request to come before.
Tennessee weather, you can't be trying to,
Just the logistics of getting a carnival in the front parking lot and then trying to use your back parking lot for food vendors or whatever, then we're basically out of space, because we have nowhere to park cars. And heaven forbid if we get a rain and that front field gets damp, and even if you do have a carnival and you can use the back parking lot and you don't have where to park cars.
I totally agree.
Yeah, so I
definitely-
mean, we'll check all options.
Yeah, I don't want it with our festival at all because it took away, and because most of those carnivals put those stipulations that you can't have this or this because we have it, and it takes away from some of our local vendors.
And some of our vendors did also voice that they would not come if we had the carnival because the parents spend the money on the carnival and then they're not selling anything.
Well, I wasn't,
Food vendors, but the craft.
I was in no way going down that road.
Right.
That's not what I was saying. I'm just saying if it kind of, the way it worked out this past year was it kind of coincided with OTF, and it looked like it was a fun couple of weeks of festivities, but if you can't get him, then you can't get him. Getting back to polls, and I put something like this out, was if you want to be in a business to where you make everybody happy, do not get into politics. As the vice mayor and sitting on that board and listening to the do's and don'ts of people, you're going to get blasted on polls. Sometimes as leaders, we have to make decisions because that's just the way it is. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about it, January. Get some of our ideas together, and if you want to talk to people and get polls and stuff, but just know that you talk to this person and that person, and they're like on different spectrums of ideas. Good luck to you.
We could make it a contest.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, and I don't know really how truthful polls are. If you put out, do you want to see the parade continue? You're going to have people that don't come to the parade that are going to be like, yeah, I love a good parade. Why would they get rid of the parade? And they're going to say, yeah.
And then they don't come.
Yeah.
No, for me, the polls was more of if we can come up with some names for the festival and then let people choose. But I also kind of want to see it as maybe like a contest too, just to get the public involved in renaming it. We're changing history here and getting away from that. And I want absolutely for the public to feel involved, that we do this for you.
I think the parade should be our decision, like y'all's, us, the cities, just like if it makes sense to do it, great, let's keep doing it. If it doesn't, then we just stop it.
Yeah, the manpower and the overtime alone are a lot.
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and we just had that parade, and now we're doing the Christmas one.
Yeah. And you have
Last
the
thing
5K.
The 5K, yeah.
we're going to throw at y'all on the Old Timers Day is we don't know how to move forward with the music. We don't know. We're throwing a lot of money at music acts, and we're not getting a return on the investment. We don't know how to win there. That's what we struggled with. That's what we've struggled with the whole time we've been putting this on, since this staff has been on board. How do we win on the entertainment side? Or do we just start scaling back and use that money somewhere else? You got $20,000 tied up in a couple of music acts because you got to get the stage trailer, the audio, 2 music acts, their catering, and you're getting 50 people at the most to show up to an event. When do you finally say something's not working? The most people we have had was last year at the Resurrection concert. We probably had 200. I would say this year I had a clicker and I was counting. I don't remember which night I was counting, Friday or Saturday, but I counted at the end of the night, I had 180 on the clicker, and that was generous. If somebody drove by and looked at me, I counted them. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I thought after we just did it, we talked about scaling back how many acts we were gonna have, not have an all-day thing, just a shorter time period.
Yeah, we don't really know what the answer is. That's kind of why we're bringing it to you guys too. We don't know
Well,
how
so
to fix it.
on Saturday, if you're out there all day at this festival and with your family and enjoying, it's hard to get people to come back, and they're not gonna stay the whole time. Most people aren't. So if we were going to do a big entertainer Friday night to kick it off,
Yeah.
and then Saturday, maybe we just, like you said, have a local battle of the bands, that type thing. And so if you're just gonna do like music, Friday night, y'all come out, we're excited for tomorrow, and then Saturday, get the local bands, or if there's even some local garage bands, and do a battle of the bands.
We could do that, or, most people are just listening to the music. We could just have a DJ out there, and I'm sure that would save the city a lot of money.
Well, we've thought about that too, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We've thought about on Friday. The biggest crowd we had on a Friday night was probably 4 years ago when we showed a movie to kick it off. We had a movie on the football field. Football field was packed.
That's what I was gonna recommend, is because whenever we've had movie nights, the football field is packed. So kick it off with a movie night.
And it was here, and we're not, we have the screen. The only thing we would be out would be the licensing fee on the movie that we would show.
Do we have something besides inflatables?
Working on it.
Okay. Because I know that's just been a big hindrance. Like, we get it planned, and the
We're working on fabricating something at this point off the football press box that's big enough that will come off, that'll be wide enough to hold the screen on like a cable and pulley type system, that we can raise it up to the top of the press box. That way the wind's not gonna blow us out again.
Right.
So, I don't know, it's just an idea. We had good luck with the movie that night.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then if we're gonna put money out and we don't want to keep bringing the same bands back, because we're all fighting for the same, then I kind of like the battle of the bands. We can do like the garage bands, we can do the high school bands, things of that nature. If we're gonna spend money, give them a gift card. Here's a $100 gift card, as opposed to $20,000 on entertainment that nobody's listening to.
Right.
Give back to the community and let the winner have a $100 gift card.
If we're doing a whole name change and a rebrand, we don't need to stick with the same old, like Fleetwood Mac, what are they, 80s, 70s, 80s? We like start doing something a little more newer, younger,
Right.
rather than just we're all.
But we're really involving the public too.
Yeah, we're doing other things that other kids,
Because if they're coming, so are their relatives.
Right.
But if we open it up to like high school bands, like the marching bands or whatever, and just have them perform, we're not going to pay them, right?
Or gift card, like.
Yeah, they make, I don't know how we would do that, if they would just get a trophy maybe for the winner.
Well, I was going to say we could just make a donation to their program, because if you give every kid, some bands are large, and that could be more money than actually hiring a band. But if you made a donation to their band program, that would go a longer way for them, because my oldest son was in band. There was car washes and, all that stuff they have to do to pay for that, and that might be a way to attract more people to it.
Well, and you've got to realize the entertainment is half of our budget for Old Timers Day.
Right. Well, let's take it back and put it somewhere else.
Well,
Especially
this,
during the day, nobody shows up.
it's kind of funny you mentioned that because we've kind of talked amongst ourselves and with some of the city staff about pulling that money out of there and reallocating it to maybe a different night where we kind of have like a faith night or a family night. I don't know what kind of pushback we get from the public on that, but it has been huge in Murfreesboro. They've shut the square down several times. And we can do that. I think that would go over huge. Partner with a local church for a cause, Feed the Hunger or something, and get some artists in here.
Yeah. We can do it. If it doesn't work, then we just don't do it again.
Well, I think if you get, there's a lot of Christian radio artists that are pretty mainstream anymore that live around in this area. So I think if we partner with the church that had that avenue, that's something we could look at, putting some of those funds towards in the future.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds great.
I think we get more return on our money than spending that kind of money and watching 30 people enjoy music.
Right.
Sounds like you need to get it back on the agenda, Miss Sheila. Poster. So I guess we could have very long conversations about this. I think it's going to be something that you guys are going to have to talk about, come up with some strategic ideas, and we can talk to people. I wouldn't put anything out there just yet, and just kind of talk about it and come back with a fresh start on the new year and get it going. Our next meeting won't be until next year, January 23rd, 2023. Between now and then, we'll hope we get those 77 inches of snow like they did in New York.
Buffalo, New York.
Miss Jody, we'll start out with you. You got any concerns, comments?
No, I think we have a lot of food for thought here, that's for sure, a lot of things to think about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't even expecting to have this much to think about, like new names, new bands, new ideas, new.
Hey, this bunch over here keeps us busy.
Yeah, it's good, I like that. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect today. This is good.
Mr. Chuck?
I think I'm good.
All right. Commissioner Davidson?
Well, I'm excited. I am ready for the skating rink, and I'm ready for the Christmas parade, and I look forward to seeing all of y'all there.
Vice Chair Hawks?
I'm excited with what's coming down the road with the holiday, and happy Thanksgiving. Everybody be safe on your travels. And I don't know if Vice Mayor Noe is going to mention or not, but this is my last meeting.
Oh, I'm definitely going to mention.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to steal his thunder, so anyway, I will continue to attend meetings or view the meetings on the YouTube. I will continue to be here. I'm kind of like one of those bad pennies. You can't get rid of me, or a rotten apple. You can't get rid of me because I will be there. So everybody be safe. Happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see y'all in December.
If y'all get a chance, go by the skate park and check out the new LED lights. I went by there today, and the LED lights are going up. Of course, they're going up all over the city, so that's going to be great. But as Ms. Haas said, congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is your last meeting.
Yes, it is.
The next meeting you'll be sitting up here with the mayor, the rest of the aldermen.
December 1st.
And we wish you the best of luck in your venues, and thank you so much for being a part of this board. And I know you well enough to know that you're going to be at the events. We're not going to be able to get rid of you.
Nope.
I wish we had more like you in this city, but we've enjoyed you on this board. But unfortunately, you can't be here with me.
I know. I tried.
So you're more than welcome to come to the meetings. They're open to the public.
I will.
And as you said, watch them on YouTube. And
She's gonna leave some big shoes to fill. Whoever gets
Yep.
that seat's gonna have to step it on up.
Like is there a vote out or
Nope.
anything for people somebody to?
Well, they can apply online.
Yeah.
The applications.
Time of the year? It doesn't have to be a certain time?
No, they have to apply. They, again, contact Bruce. Again, application, you fill it out, and then
Her
it gets
seat,
brought up.
her seat is now, I guess,
After this
Not
meeting,
a-
it becomes vacant.
Yeah.
comes vacant. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll be seeing y'all around for the holidays, the parade, all that good stuff. David, Kathy, Sheila, great job as always, and we will see you guys next year in this setting. I call this meeting adjourned.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission, December 27th, 2022 at 6 p.m. regular meeting. We do have a quorum. First item is to approve the meeting minutes from the November 29th, 2022 regular meeting.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. This time I'm going to pass item number 1 over to council.
All right, I'll take the gavel. So we need to open this up by nominating a chairman for a one-year term. So how we're going to do this is I'll ask for a motion to nominate the chairman and a second on that motion, and then we'll take a yes or no vote on the election. So I'll open up with, the floor is open now for nomination.
Nominate Earl Garvin for chairman.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir.
We have a second. So we'll do a yes or no vote to nominate Earl Garvin for a one-year term, beginning with Mr. Coleman.
Yes.
Mr. Coates?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Mr. Garvin?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Mr. Heisman?
Yes.
Mr. Molinar?
Aye.
The ayes have it, and I'll pass the gavel back to you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, everyone. Item number 2 is a motion to nominate and elect vice chairman for a one-year term. We will open the floor for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Mayor Jason Cole to be vice chair.
A second. Should we do a roll call on this as well, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes. Aye.
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 Thank you. Motion passes. And item number 3, motion to nominate and elect a secretary for a one-year term.
Nominate Graham Coates for secretary.
I second that. Mr. Coleman?
Aye.
Mr. Coates?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone, and thank you, everyone, for your service. So we will open up with item number 4, which is deferred. Is that correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that's right.
So we will move on to item number 5. Concept plan, Woodland Hills remaining land, 85 lots on 48.05 acres, requested by SEC Inc. Property located off Woodland Hills Drive, tax map 29, parcel 23 and 23.01, R2 medium density residential zoning district, property owned by Bob Parks. Mr. Logan.
So this request is for concept plan approval, and this is the remaining land of Woodland Hills subdivision. And they are proposing 85 lots on approximately 48 acres. So you can see on the screen, this sort of reverse C is sort of the shape there of the property. And zooming in, you can see this property lies next to Interstate 24. And so that's been the subject of some discussions the last couple months. But you can see it's a heavily wooded parcel of land, and this is the zoning map. This brick red color is R2 medium density residential, and that's the zoning for this parcel. So this is the old plan, and I kept that on there to show the lots when they were closer to I-24, especially in this area here on the screen. And that was about a month ago or 6 weeks, and now the applicant submitted a newer plan, and they made some changes there along I-24 to those lots. And they spaced them out differently and added a buffer there. As you can see, there's 2 streets that tie into the new Section 1, approximately this location, and then coming on down a little south and east of there is the second street that'll tie in. And then this is, again, the close-up view of the latest plan submitted with the changes to those lots. This has not changed since 2 weeks ago at the workshop, in case you're wondering. These are pictures that show each of the stub-out streets. So these are existing conditions. You can see, again, heavily wooded, lots of trees, and several, I guess, folks taking the liberty to put their basketball courts there, or basketball goals, which I see in every community I go to, so that's pretty common. But anyway, there's another view of the trees the area that'll be developed. So there were no comments 2 weeks ago, no technical comments by staff, and that's, of course, still the same tonight. And that completes the report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board for the developer?
With everything being addressed, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to the first item of new business. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, rezoning of property requested by SEC Inc., 4.3 acres, property located at 237 and 245 Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcel 10 and 11, current zoning district, A, agricultural zoning district, proposed zoning district, R3, high-density residential zoning district, property owned by Joe Boner. Mr. Logan.
So this request for rezoning is on Cheney Boulevard, and currently this property is zoned agricultural. You can see here on the screen, it's on the east side of Cheney Boulevard, and zooming in here you can see, so it is located between Cheney and Summit, and this area currently has 2 dwellings located on it, and we'll see pictures of those in just a moment. This zoning here, you can see it's agricultural again, and then Summit Drive to the east or to the rear is zoned R2, medium density, and that R2 goes all the way down to the intersection with Cheney. Then north of this is a large area of high-density residential, which is R3, and that extends quite a ways toward the 3-way intersection with Old Nashville Highway. And then there is some more agricultural land that's undeveloped that lies directly across the street, across Cheney from this location. So this was here last May of this year, so these are some of the photos from May. And then this is a couple weeks ago, or 3, so you get to see it in both seasons. And again, here's a shot from Cheney in May. It's amazing how much is covered up, and you really can't tell with all the vegetation. Can't tell exactly what's on the property. This is again looking up Cheney, so this is north, going all the way toward that 3-way stop at Old Nashville. And then this is another view that shows the dwelling. So there's a home there, looks like a typical maybe double wide. And then there is a mobile home that you probably saw back in this photo. So this is 4.3 acres, and they're requesting to rezone from agricultural to high-density residential. And on the screen, they've submitted a concept plan that would give you an idea, a rough idea of what the property would look like. It's approximately 50 townhomes on the screen, and you can see at least one of the concepts for looks like 2 access points off of Cheney would be included. Of course, the fine details will come later at site plan stage if this property is successfully rezoned. I think that they did submit this exhibit that just shows the 2 dwellings currently on the survey. And there's no technical items from staff, and that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments in regards to this item? No questions. We will be asking for a favorable or unfavorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Make a motion to send a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a motion for a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
All opposed?
No.
No, Mr. Coates? No from Mr. Coates. Motion passes. We will be sending a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Next item, item number 7. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, rezoning of property requested by SEC Inc., 11.32 acres, property located at Wheeler Street and Jefferson Pike, Tax map 18K, Group A, Parcel 6, current zoning district, I-1, light industrial zoning district, proposed zoning district, I-2, heavy industrial zoning district, property owned by 84 Lumber. Mr. Logan.
So this request is to rezone property to I-2, which is heavy industrial, and currently the property is zoned I-1, which is light industrial. And the 84 lumber facility is near the center of the screen here, so this property is basically south of the existing 84 lumber property. And zooming in, you can see the this is an underground gas pipeline, so that's what this easement is, where they keep it clear and keep all the trees cut. So that's the easement running through, and it runs through a significant portion of this property they're wanting to rezone also. So the existing facility for 84 lumber is the darker blue, which is I-2, and of course below that, as mentioned, it's I-1, so this would make the zoning match for both of their properties, and they would both be I-2. There is a mixture of zoning in the area. There's R2 to the south, and then there's some R1 scattered, although there's no R1 directly touching this property. And then to the east is a large area on Wheeler Street, of course, is also zoned I-1. And these are some photos that show Wheeler Street and the wooded area behind, which is this parcel that's asking to rezone. And this is one of the exhibits submitted by the applicant. They are showing 50-foot wide buffers. These are transitional buffers that are required by the zoning ordinance. So they are showing those between any residential areas and the I-2 property. And there's no comments, no staff comments or technical items, so that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments for staff on this item?
I'd just like to say that, just for the record, that I do own a piece of property on Wheeler Street. And it's not next to the property, but it's close to it, so make sure people are aware of that. My concerns with this is the access of getting the trucks, the tractor trailers with the homes or the wood on board out of the area. It's a very poor area. We have lots of issues with the junction of Jefferson Pike and Merceborough Road. Although from what we understand, TDOT is working on that junction. At the present time, the amount of tractor trailers coming out of the area is a very large amount, and putting in this additional zoning would increase that capacity, and I don't think it's a good idea for that street without improvements or other access ways out of the property.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? Once again, we will be taking a favorable or non-favorable recommendation for the Board of Mayor and Aldermen in the motion.
Make a motion for an unfavorable recommendation.
We have a motion for unfavorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll be sending an unfavorable recommendation on this item to Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Next item. Site plan, High Point 24, Lot 2, requested by Kimley Horn. 3 buildings totaling 540,192 square feet on 143.04 acres. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 19.14, 20, and 20.03. I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by High Point 24 Phase 1 LLC. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval at the High Point 24 development, and this is just for Lot 2. You can see the property on the screen, and this is on Blair Road. So this is Sam Ridley Parkway here coming off of I-24, and when you drive that way, you take the right and then proceed north, and this development's on your right. With the new building there next to Blair, it's hard to miss it. It's some very large buildings. It is about 500 240,000 square feet. And that just is on Lot 2 alone. That would not count the building that's sitting close to the road. Total at build out, there's 7 buildings that are planned and about 1.1 million square feet of distribution space. And the smallest building on this plan is about 151,000 square feet, and the largest building is about 255,000 square feet. So zooming in there, you can see the location of the building next to Blair, and then all the site work that was being done when this image was taken. And so it moves at such a pace that the imagery can't even keep up with how fast things are happening on the ground. So you only get a snapshot in time. It really doesn't give you the full story. But if you've been out there, you've seen this developer's gone to great length to direct truck traffic back to I-24 when exiting the site, and they've put up a lot of signage for that. It's in some of the photos. This is a strange shaped parcel, and Lot 1, we talked about this 2 weeks ago, but Lot 1 wraps around and kind of has this narrow part, like a neck, that runs along I-24, and then it opens out again. And then in the middle of that is this lot, which is Lot 2, and these 3 buildings that are covered with Lot 2. So these are some photos of the property. These are the buildings on Lot 1 that are finished. And you can see what they look like. This is submitted by the applicant in the plans. And again, the sort of the red shaded area is not part of this lot number 2. It's all part of Lot 1. So we're just talking about these 3 buildings here in the center for tonight. The internal road, some of you all have seen it, and that was put in by the developer. So that's the internal road that's servicing all these buildings. And this is another view of the site plan that shows the Lot 1 and Lot 2 layout. This plan tonight does show 581 parking spaces, and 271 would satisfy the city's requirement. So 271 required, but they have 581, so there's plenty of parking. And there's just a closer view of their site plan. I believe that's the last slide. Yeah. And there's no technical items, so that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item?
All the technical items have been addressed, and I appreciate the engineering group worked with us on the questions and answers that we proposed, and they did do that. With that, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 9. Amendment to site plan 290 Tech Park Industrial. Modification to site requested by former Lucas, property located at 290 Tech Park Drive, tax map 29, parcel 5.12, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 5 Star Investment LP. Mr. Logan.
This is the request for site plan approval at 290 Tech Park Industrial. And this site is located on Tech Park Drive, and it's the last remaining open lot, last remaining vacant lot on this road. So it's on the west side of the road and not far north of the intersection with Industrial and Mason. So this lot, this project was here in July of this year, so not that long ago. They made some changes, and they've reduced the parking, and they've also reduced the amount of asphalt and paving, so they've made some site changes and also some changes to the way the stormwater is directed. So that was discussed 2 weeks ago at the workshop. But this is the zoning map, so you can see this entire area is the dark blue, which is I-2 Industrial. And these are some photos from when the property was here in July. So there are street trees that have been planted for some time next to the road, and other than that, it's just a flat vacant lot that's already been graded for development. So this is the plan that's current tonight. And you can see, as was discussed 2 weeks ago at workshop, these parking spaces were lined up on both sides of the aisle here, and those have been removed since July's plan. They've also reconfigured this pavement and taken some of it out, and they've reduced the number of truck bays, I think by 2 since July. And they've made some stormwater changes as well that I mentioned. So this is, you can kind of see, that's the old plan. So if you watch in this area here at the top, you can see especially how they've reduced. So that was July, and that's tonight. And then you can see the truck bays were quite a bit more in July, and you can see they reduce tonight. So that's just some of the changes that they've made, and that's the reasons that they had to return to the Planning Commission. The fee in lieu for the project has not changed since July. It's still in your report. It's still listed as $26,940, so that's unchanged since July. This is based on the frontage, which of course is not changing at the road. So that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there a representative here for this project? If you would state your name and address for the record, kind sir.
Yes, Josh Hutchison, former Lucas, 2002 Richard Jones Road, Nashville.
Thank you, sir. My only question was, since we downsized the parking lot, did we make accommodations for the fire department?
Yes, the accommodations for the fire department have not changed since the original plan, which just to refresh everybody's memory, there was some discussion about having an access road around the backside of the building due to the topo. That just can't happen. And in dealing with the fire marshal during the original review, we agreed to put standpipes and man ladders around the side and the rear of the building, and that has not changed.
Very good. Does anyone have any other questions or comments?
You took my question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
So with that said, with the including in the $26,940 for the fee in lieu of, I'll make a motion to accept with that fee in lieu.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, sir. Item number 10, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen adopt the new zoning ordinance and zoning map. Mr. Logan.
I did receive just a few minor changes from Mr. Coates. So I'll be sending those to Melissa at Volkert. Other than that, I haven't received any comments about the ordinance.
Just to the rest of the board, they were just typographical, nothing substantive. It was just misspelling and some commas and some other sort of minor items, but nothing to do with any structure of the document itself.
So can we proceed forward, or those changes need to be addressed? I'll point that direction at council.
I think we can proceed forward. If everybody's in agreement that those changes were just facial.
I would agree that if they're not changing the content, it's just grammar and spelling, that we would be able to move forward.
Agreed. With that, we will be making a recommendation for favorable or unfavorable to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, after almost over a year of working on this document and a lot of time and effort put in, which I'm sure that the board's done a great job, and with that I'll make a motion to send a favourable recommendation to the Mayor and Aldermen.
And we have a motion to send a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Item number 11. We're very happy about that. We've been working on that very hard and for a long time. So item number 11, bonds, letters of credit update. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, the bond list is up to date. Everyone should have a copy in front of them. Chelsea Estates Phase 2 and Carruthers Crossing Phase 1 both expire in January. Both of them are going to extend the letter of credit. They both already agreed to do that, so they're in the process of working on that. And that should be it.
Very good, thank you, sir. And I believe Mr. Logan has an announcement. for some
Yes,
training
I
dates.
just, thanks. I meant to do this, but the elections tonight sort of got in the way. So the training, some of the new members may not know, but the state of Tennessee requires all planning commissions and BOZs to have at least 4 hours of training per year. And so historically, LaVergne has always done that in the wintertime, almost always in February. So we looked at some dates. We don't ever put the Valentine's weekend or the weekend that falls closest to Valentine's in the mix. So we took it out, and basically that left February 25th. So I've checked with Evan's office, and it's pertinent that they be there. They conduct about half of the training, give or take. So February 25th is the date that suited all the parties. So I just want to make sure I got that announced tonight, and I'll be sending out emails. It generally starts at 8 in the morning and goes till 12. Lunch is provided. There are some light breakfasts. Of course, there's always bottled water and drinks. But it's 8 a.m. to noon, and it's more details to follow, but since we have some newcomers, it's always up the road in the Stormwater and Codes building. So it's not here at City Hall, but we'll get the details on the directions.
Very good,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. With that, I'd like to thank everyone for their time and service, and please have a wonderful new year. Meeting adjourned.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in. We got a great show lined up for you today. Mr. Matt Cameron has helping me co-host and welcome me in here to his office in Morristown in front of the Holston General Store. Matt?
Right here in the Region 4 office. So, yeah, welcome to Mountain Country, East Tennessee.
We've done a series of shows here, and we're excited to have Miss Sally Petrie with us today. She came back in the room here, and there's fish jumping around. She's brought some critters with her today for us to check out. Some fish from some of the streams around the area that you could go catch or see, and it's going to be a fun conversation.
Yeah. It is. She has a lot of knowledge and fun ways to identify them, so it should be educational.
Yeah, hopefully there'll be some fish that a lot of people have never seen before.
There you go. There you go. Well, Sally, you've been on the show before, but introduce yourself to the folks who don't know you and haven't seen that episode, but let us know who you are and kind of what you do for the agency.
Sure. So I am a fisheries biologist. I work in the
Pull your mic on up a little bit there.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. I'm a fish biologist. I work predominantly on streams and rivers with game fish and non-game fish. So things that you'll catch, and then things that you, again, probably won't ever see.
That's cool. And we were talking before the show. What's your title? What's your role? And she's like, fisheries biologist. But it's more than that. It's specific to streams and rivers, and so it's pretty cool. It's a cool area to be in.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, and you're not originally from Tennessee, right?
No, I'm not. I grew up in Pennsylvania, went to school in North Carolina at NC State, and go Wolfpack.
All right.
And then I fell in love with the West, moved to Arizona to do my master's degree at the University of Arizona, and worked for the state agency there for a while, and fell in love with fishing and hunting there, but missed my family here, so I moved back east.
Awesome. Hunting. Have you been hunting this past year since we've talked last?
Yeah, so I haven't been deer hunting yet this year, but I did every year. I go back to Arizona I meet up with a friend of mine, Michelle, and we hunt javelina, which are a little pig-looking thing that are native to Arizona. They're not anything that people, normally would hunt trophy-wise or anything like that, but it's a fun way for us to keep our friendship together and keep getting outside and enjoying the outdoors. So
that's cool.
Yeah.
We thought it was motor oil, javelina, valvelina, something. So it's a hog-looking critter, huh?
Yeah. They're fun to hunt because they kind of hang out in groups. They don't see very well, so. And when you shoot at one, they kind of run whichever way they're pointing, so they could run right at you.
Really?
So it's fun to hunt with multiple people too.
So, just while we're on that topic, what's the regulation? Can you keep so many, or do you eat them?
That's a good question. I get that a lot. You have to put in for a tag, just like any big game species in Arizona, and then you get one. So
really?
and and I love eating them. So there's a oil gland or scent sac or something like that on their back. When you skin it out, you just have to watch out for that and change your gloves when you're dealing with them from the hide to the meat. But as long as you are clean, they taste really good. I invited a whole bunch of fisheries or some folks over, and we had javelina barbecue one night, and they didn't know the difference. So
I was going to ask you, do you smoke it like you would a pig?
Yeah, I've never done that. I kind of just make barbecue, or I did javelina tacos. I convinced my mom one day to have tacos, and she's like, "Wait, what is this?" I'm like, "Don't worry about it."
That's great. That's funny. All right. Well, today I don't want to run out of time because you got a bucket full of fish
Yeah.
over there that we want to talk about. Some of the common fish that you would find here in this area.
Yeah.
And you said you've already quizzed Matt on some of the names. We'll see if he can get them right.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
I'm in trouble.
He pulled out a scientific name. I was like, oh man, he's got it down, just not just a common.
Out of 1 out of 300, we probably had to learn, I remember.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I remember the one. But
Yeah, because it's a good eating fish.
maybe so. Yeah. I can't even spell ichthyology, but
Yeah, I don't know
we
if I
went through it
could.
in college.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Almost
Yeah.
20 years for me.
I know.
Goodness gracious.
I know.
Well, let's jump into it. What's one of the first fish you want to show us?
Okay.
And
Yeah. Well, we'll get to the one that that Matt was able to ID, and it is something that it's a game fish. So
Okay.
a lot of people will see, and some of these are a little bit non-cooperative. But this is a rock bass, the one that's kind of swimming around in there. People will call them red-eye bass. But
Yeah.
It's a rock bass. These are found under root wads. If you were going to fish for them, you'd fish for them kind of in a pool with root wad. That's hard to say. Or or some rocks. Obviously, rock bass. So,
Yeah.
and they're really long-lived fish. He's trying to hide.
that fish you thought was maybe 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah.
Look how
Yes.
small it is. It
Yeah.
surprised me.
Yeah. They live a long time and they're really slow growing. So they can be indicators of good stream health. If you get some really big ones, that means they've survived for a while. So
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. I love to catch those. Those are fun fish to
Yeah.
catch. They fight too. you
yes, yeah. Oh,
know? Get
sure.
some light tackle and go after them.
Yeah, well, I'll be smallmouth bass fishing on some of the rivers like the Powell and the Clinch and things like that. We'll commonly catch rock bass while we're doing that. So
Awesome.
it's fun.
Yeah. What's the little guy in there?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
Is that bait? Is that bait?
Yeah.
That was his
Yes.
dinner. He
So
regurgitated.
it's hard to see that guy, and this guy is one of our shiners that we have in Tennessee. It is a Tennessee shiner, and it's going to be hard probably for the camera to pick it up. But
Right. That's fine.
It
Yeah.
seems Rocky Top.
yeah,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
they don't sing Rocky Top,
Oh.
but they do when they're in their spawning colors. They do look like the Tennessee orange. So they'll turn some
Wow.
brilliant, beautiful colors when they're spawning. And hopefully we can get some video to you guys to show everyone.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
But there'll be a whole ball of this orange in the stream, and sometimes I get questions from anglers, what are these orange fish or these red ball of orange fish in the stream in
not
the
salmon,
springtime?
right?
Yeah, no. Yeah, they're still little. But they're those Tennessee shiners and some other shiners.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
Tennessee shine.
beautiful.
Sounds like moonshine,
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
it?
Huh.
Yeah, it does.
Maybe that's where that came from.
And fish was orange.
I swear I saw something orange. No, that's what you. No. All right, what's next?
That's a good question.
You had some bigger ones
I
in
know,
there.
I do have some big
When
ones.
I say bigger ones, they were big for the
Yeah.
bucket, I guess, man.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, here they are.
There they are.
Okay. Let me close this up before I dump it out in front of everyone. Okay.
This is a show you
so-
need to go watch if you're
Yeah.
listening. Go tune us in.
Yeah. Yes. So on let's see. I got two different species of fish here, and the one on the bottom, and I might have to pull it out, but the one on the bottom, some people call it a horny head. It's a stone roller, and these guys are actually really cool. Should I pull it out? Will you
You-
guys be able to see it?
We could try.
Try it. Okay.
He's pretty jumpy there.
But when I ID fish, so I look at the mouths a lot. And this is a good bait fish. So if you want to fish for smallmouth bass, go use some of these stone rollers. But their mouth parts are really unique in that it faces down and it has a cartilaginous ridge as its bottom jaw. So I don't know if you can see
Yeah,
that.
I can kinda see.
See that cartilaginous ridge. And so he uses that, or it uses that too. To scrape algae off the rock, so it's an herbivore.
Okay.
But you use those guys to catch smallmouth.
Interesting.
Good.
All right. Hey, remind people about bait and things like that. You don't want to move bait, right?
Oh yeah. Let's not move bait.
So when you're fishing for smallmouth in that area, use the
Yeah.
fish you caught from that area.
Yeah,
It's very
exactly.
important not to move bait because you don't ever know what you're moving.
Yes, I completely agree. That's good. Thank you. So those were horny heads or central stone rollers. They're called horny heads because they get these tubercles or these bony structures on their heads and
Yeah.
actually the whole rest of their body when they're spawning.
And
they
little
look really cool.
spiky things, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. They look cool. And this guy, okay, so this guy kind of sits on the bottom. I don't know if you can tell. I'll pull him out too. But he has a downward facing mouth. So he's another fish that is going to eat something off the bottom. And it is a what the locals call a boxhead. But it is a northern hogsucker. Whoop.
Slippery little sucker,
Yeah,
too.
yeah. So see, whoop. So I don't know if the camera can zoom in and see its
he's posing
mouth,
for you.
but yeah, so you can see its
yeah.
see its mouth parts there. He likes to eat worms and stuff right off the bottom, and he sits kind of flat. Or if he'll sit, it'll
yeah.
sit flat in your hand, unlike a lot of other fish species.
Oh, cool.
So those are really neat. They'll get decent sizes.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll get I've seen them in the Cherokee tailwater. They're pretty big. So they're
So
not just in small streams.
Probably not going to catch these on a rod and reel, right?
No.
Not most of the time.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Let's see. There's some other big fish in here. Maybe.
You haven't quizzed Matt on the names yet.
Oh, no. You had to bring that up. But they did come from Cosby Creek, is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, they came from Cosby Creek.
So did you find them this morning?
I did. We were doing
Awesome.
another outreach event this morning with a group of pastors, actually.
Okay, yeah.
They were kind of they were fly fishing and wanted to know what was in the river and to see, the whole ecosystem. So we went out. This is another fish people call horny heads as well because they get the tubercles on them.
That may be what my son caught one time.
Yes,
That's
you
what I was
will.
thinking about,
You will
yeah.
catch them. So they don't have the downward-facing mouth. It is a river chub.
Okay, yeah.
They have a mouth almost like a trout, but they'll have tubercles on them. This guy has some on him, and these are really neat.
They're jumping.
They're jumping. They're almost like maybe what we call like a keystone species in our stream. So they actually will build a nest in the creek, just like a bird builds a nest for
Okay.
its eggs. They do the same thing, and it is really cool to see because they actually pick up rocks with their mouth. They have to pick up the perfect size rock, and then they'll put it where they think is the best spot, and they'll build this mound. And it's really, really cool to see. I have some really neat video of this.
Does the male or the female or both participate in the nest building?
I'm not sure. I should probably know that, but I'm not sure. I think it's the male. But so they build this big old mound, and this is where those Tennessee shiners will come in as well. So they're building the mound. They're doing all the work. The river chubs are. And then all these other fish species will come in and spawn on that nest too. So if we don't have these, I'm curious to know what what will happen to our streams with the other shiners and and other fish. And then stone rollers will come in that. We looked at the other horny head, right?
Yeah.
So the stone rollers will come in and use that as well. So it's a neat thing to see. And if you're really brave in the springtime when it's cold out, go get goggles and a snorkel and go check it out because it is something out of this world to see.
Yeah, that's cool. It was looking at me through the bag.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like a frog.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you look straight on.
I know.
If I didn't know it was a fish,
Yeah.
I think that's a frog face in there.
Yeah,
right now.
and he does. I don't know if you want to pass around. I don't know if you want to look at it, but you
Yeah.
can see those tubercles on its forehead almost. You see those bumps.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly
Yeah.
what my son caught
Yeah,
that one.
yeah, and you
Tucker.
can catch
Yeah.
them, but you can catch them on like a stone roller or not. No,
It was a
excuse me, a
crawfish.
rooster tail.
Rooster tail. It was a
Yeah.
little crawfish bait.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they'll go after that.
That he
just
caught
like
it on. Yeah.
trout or anything
That's
else
cool.
will. So, what else? Ooh, I did want to show you guys some. So those are some of our bigger fish, right? Let me see if I can find these smaller fish in here because they're beautiful. So,
Oh yeah.
these guys, my pants are be.
I remember it just because you taught me earlier.
Okay, Matt, that's right. What is this?
The red line darter.
That's right.
Do you have a male and a female?
Those might both be males.
Okay.
So, and they're hiding. They like to hide in the corners of the bag. So, but
Beautiful.
if you can see, I'll try not to get in the way of the camera, but you can see this is the red line darter, and you can see that red line on the top of their fins.
Oh, yeah.
And and that's probably why they're named. So the female of this looks very similar, but it doesn't have the red lines on it, basically.
Cool.
So
Yeah, those are pretty.
So is it similar to birds? In nature, the male bird is more brightly colored and showy. The female's usually drab for camouflage. Is it similar in the fish world?
Yeah. Yes. Very similar.
For
certain species. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do a lot of them only get those colors during the breeding season too?
Yeah, and sometimes they'll keep them throughout the year.
Oh,
I don't know. Kind of just depends. I'm not really sure.
So the Tennessee Shiner you told us about earlier that turns orange, that's a breeding coloration.
For sure.
Okay.
For sure. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, and then you saw it was it was that silver little fish from earlier, so it loses all of that. Let's see what else. Ooh.
Fishing in a bucket.
I know.
I still probably couldn't catch one.
No, that's why I'm over here.
Yeah. Let's see. So in Tennessee, we are very fortunate because we have one of the highest number of species diversity. It's really awesome, but it also makes my job very difficult to ID everything we have. Do you know how many different species of fish we have?
Oh, man. I've heard, but I don't remember.
Okay.
300 something?
Yeah, over 300 different species of fish, which is pretty crazy to think about. So when we have that, because our state's really long, right? So we have mountains, right? We have brook trout that we can go fish for. It's our native trout, which is really cool, our state. And then up in the mountains, and then we go all the way down into the Mississippi, and we've got the Cumberland Plateau with some topography and all different types of habitats there.
Yeah, it's
really neat.
pretty awesome, isn't it?
Okay, so this is one of my favorite fish, and I can pull this guy out of the water, and he sits on my hand.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Which is neat. Kind of like the, what was the, do you guys remember the other fish that
Horny
sat?
head. No.
Sat on my hand?
Oh, shoot.
One of the stone rollers?
That one kind of does.
No.
It was the northern hogsucker because it ate stuff off the bottom.
Right,
so this guy is cool.
I like how she's kind of playing with, like we're the kids in the class trying to figure out. Do you remember what I said?
So, and I don't know if the camera can see, but this guy, he does not eat. He doesn't eat like insects and stuff. Well, he might as a small guy, but I don't know if you saw how big his mouth is.
Yeah, it opens up really big.
It opens up really, really big, and so he's really cool because he sits on the bottom of the stream. You can see he actually doesn't have an air bladder like other fish do to regulate in the lakes and stuff. And his eyes are on top of his head, so he's always looking for stuff that he can eat. And he's got that big old mouth. You can almost stick your finger in its mouth.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So he can eat anything that'll fit in his mouth. And so he's a sculpin, banded sculpin.
Sculpin.
They're usually pretty identifiable, those big bands on them when you look down in a creek and you can see them pretty quickly. At least I can.
And those colors are really good camouflagers. If I was, I was thinking, man, it could sit there and hide and catch its prey or whatever,
Yeah. So, and it's really important. A lot of these fish, I talked about the rock bass, how those if once they're really big, they're indicators of good water quality. The sculpin as well, and a lot of these other fish, the river chub that's looking for certain size rocks in the streams to keep our waters, healthy. And so a lot of times the biggest pollutant in the East Coast, I believe, is siltation, which is kind of crazy. You'd think it'd be like something else other than soil.
Right. We'll talk about siltation and how it ends up in the waters.
Yeah.
What contributes to that?
Yeah. So there's all different things, right? You can be building a whole bunch of houses and not put up silt fences, and it rains forever here, right? It's always raining compared to where I lived in Arizona, it seems like. So that rain can really wash any time you disturb the natural ecosystem, the rain can wash in silt. And we want to make sure that we're not having that happen. So by putting up silt fences or building in ways and recreating in ways that don't cause this type of siltation is really important for our stream fishes that you guys get to see today.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
That's good. Well, are there any more critters in there, or we want to move on to something else?
There's more.
The telescope shiner.
Oh, yeah.
Remembered him.
Let's see if I can find one of those.
Oh, you remembered.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I think this is one. So telescope shiner.
It's kind of hard to tell, isn't it, when you get to the real small and
yes.
real similar?
Yes, yeah, they all look similar. Shiners are notorious for being really hard to tell the difference. Sometimes the people who are really good at IDing shiners will be like, it just looks like it has a frowny face, or it looks mad, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it looks like a gold. No.
Yeah. So it's a telescope shiner. It's silvery fish. We call this, the way I remember this one is it has a really big eye, and its scales are supposed to be out of focus, the back edges of its scales. So we call it telescopus out of focus. So it's fun.
There you go.
But I don't know. So it's silvery fish.
Yeah.
Important. You'll find them in pools. When you see, sometimes you'll see schools of little white shiny fish in pools. Those are a lot of times your shiners, and a lot of times telescope shiners.
Okay. What about the war paint?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Shiner.
Let me see if I can get this one. I wonder if I can get it in the viewing jar here. We'll see how that goes.
And kaploop. Maybe. Catch it.
I'm not going in.
It's not
Try one
behaving.
more time. Okay, so this one is called the War Paint Shiner. Oops. And
Awesome. Yeah, that
they're
works.
really pretty when they're really colored up. This guy isn't really colored up, but they'll have some what they call war paint from, I don't know, football players put that war paint on them, or Native Americans
face.
would put that war paint on them. So he's got some orange lines and some black lines on his face. So,
Just wanting to swim up out there.
yeah, I know. I'll pull him out. He's probably, I don't know if he likes it in there. Sometimes fish do well in there, sometimes they don't. So, but yeah, that's a war paint shiner. They have white on their, or there's actually no pigment on their bottom fin right there.
That's
and
cool.
you can catch those. They'll get big enough to catch. I've caught them on, again, a rooster tail when I'm trying to fish for other stuff.
Yeah.
How many times have you caught something and been like, what in the world is that? And turned it loose. Or you see a bird while you're hunting and you don't know what it is. You hear one. It's fantastic to have this knowledge so you can enjoy nature, not only consumptively, but just to appreciate the aesthetic value that it provides as well.
Yeah, those, especially those guys and gals that can just rattle off a bird name when they hear something tweet in the woods.
Yeah.
It's like, how in the world?
It's impressive.
And they got these little funny names they remember it by.
It does help.
Yeah.
Yeah, like my telescope is out of focus.
That's not the actual Latin name.
No,
I'm guessing,
no,
right?
no,
Okay.
it's not.
Darn it.
Well,
I was hoping it was.
You've mentioned rooster tail a couple times. It's like, I don't know. I can catch anything on a rooster tail. It seems like the fish or the bait that catches all fish.
Yeah.
I'd say throughout history, there's probably been more fish caught on a rooster tail than any other thing out there.
And I
other
guess
than live bait.
It's really that's really an inline spinner, right?
To
But
me,
rooster tail
yeah.
is kind of one of the brands, but that's,
Yeah.
everybody says
Yeah,
rooster tail.
spinners. Yeah.
Like chapstick. It's lip balm, but chapstick's a brand, right? Everybody calls it chapstick.
Yeah, exactly.
Rooster tail.
Let's see if I
Inline spinner. If you just said that, people would laugh. They wouldn't know what you're talking about.
If you use an inline spinner, no, it's a rooster tail.
You got another one?
I have another one. We'll see how he does in here. He does not like being in the bag, but this one is a greenside darter, and it's a big. Do you guys remember the other darter species that I pulled out earlier?
The red line.
Yes. So
This
it's
one's-
similar. It's another darter.
Okay.
This one's greenside, and he'll turn a little bit more green during spawning colors. Yeah, he doesn't like being in the bag. He wants to be in the corner of
That's
it.
cool.
But these guys will get a bit bigger, so they're one of the bigger darter species. So yeah, it's kind of cool. And these guys are kin to whatever you want.
Yeah, good old East Tennessee term.
Picking up the Tennessee terms, but
His cousin is.
yeah. Do you remember, Matt, what they're kin to?
The snail darter? Is that
Oh
what you're-
yeah. Oh
We just had the celebration.
yeah. That's gosh. Yes.
Do you want to talk about that quickly? About
Yeah.
snail darter and
Okay.
that whole
Fill us in.
Okay,
Etnar?
so it's not my story to tell. But recently, we as in fisheries managers across, the southeast, just were able to get the snail darter downlisted off of the threatened and endangered species list, which is like career monumental thing.
What
So
you
it's
all
really
worked for so long, you know.
Yeah,
Things
yeah.
like that.
Yeah. So, again, I wasn't part of it. I've come in and just been able to work with people who have done all the work to do that. So it's neat for me to see it. But
The infamous little fish that stopped the construction of the Tellico Dam, back in the late 70s, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
So that's how controversial and important it is.
It was-
So to see it delisted, that just doesn't happen a lot. What delisting something does it?
No, it does not. I think it's one of the. No, I don't want to be quoted
Just a
because
handful.
I'm not sure. But I think it was one of the first to be delisted on the East Coast. So it's
But you were
big deal.
trying to go perch family
Yes.
with that, and I went
Yes.
down the snail darter
Yeah,
route,
which is
sorry.
something to celebrate. Like it's a big deal for the snail darter recovery. But those darters are kin to perches like walleye, sauger. If you guys see they're little, right? But they're like, if you think big
Elongated.
picture, yeah, that's like a walleye or something like that. So it's kind of cool. They're all in the same, they're kin, I guess.
Who would have thunk it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. And we did a little ceremony, and that was held here in Tennessee when they.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
For
Seven
the
Islands.
Seven Islands Birding State Park. It was beautiful. It was
Dr.
really neat.
Etnier was there.
Yes.
Did he describe the snail darter, or he just discovered that it was present there?
I'm not 100%
He
sure.
was at least responsible for discovering that it was present there, and then he's found other populations in other places. So he's been monumental in the recovery of that fish.
Yeah, he's
cool.
He's monumental in fish taxonomy. I mean, he's written the book along with Wayne Starnes on the fishes
That I
of
had in
Tennessee
college.
book. Yes.
Yeah. Fishes of Tennessee, about that thick and full of
full of
Latin
great knowledge.
terms, that I can't pronounce. We're going to run out of time if we don't talk about the
winter trout is coming up November 29th through March 10th, 2023. So there's a big range of winter trout fishing time. Do you want to talk a little bit about that before we run out of time?
Sure.
Because we're going to.
Oh, no, okay. Yeah, so we've got 2 winter trout stockings in East Region 4, Maryville, and the Fountain City Lake. So
Those become popular areas for people to fish, yeah?
Yes. So go out and try your luck at some of those fish.
Yeah. The full winter trout schedule is going to be on our website if it's not already, and you can see where the stockings are going to happen. Sally's got the inside scoop there with the list for this year, and it will be coming out soon. So if you want to chase winter trout, there's still a 7-fish limit, right? And they encourage you to keep them. I think that's true.
5. I think we
5?
reduced it to 5.
5, okay.
Yeah, and
Don't
then
quote me.
catfish.
Look at your fishing.
Yeah. Catfish is also 5. We do stock catfish in those lakes as well. So they actually ours got an extra stocking this past month. So
How do you catch the catfish? What's your method?
You can use chicken livers or anything kind of stinky. Yeah.
And then what about the trout in these community fisheries? How do you recommend they catch the trout?
Ooh.
It's an inline spinner.
Ooh, yeah, a rooster tail. Hello. Trout magnet. My boss will.
Trout magnet.
He loves the trout magnet.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Any color.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either sit it on the bottom or wiggle it. Just do whatever the fish want that day. So.
Yep. All right. So bundle up and go do some winter trout fishing. What do you say?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Sally, it's been fun. Appreciate you being here with us and allowing us to be with you. It's pretty cool to have these fish to look at.
Yeah. We'll have to get you out on the stream one day.
Let's do it. Let's do this on the stream. All right. Well, this is Tennessee Wildcast. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do.